Hello, hello, hello. G'day, guys. Nice to see you all. Yes, just running a tad late, 7 minutes. Insulin and blood sugar. Oh, the other one didn't come up. Okay, so I just have to go back because that didn't. No. Oh, you guys must have had a private conversation before. When it actually gets on the hour, it refreshes. So you can lose some of the first parts. So that's all gone. I don't know what you guys were talking about. So initially, I'll just move on. Hello, Harry Tenya, one of my friends. Oh, God. Tanya and I do yoga today, and now Tanya's having sore muscles. Can you recommend something? Take rest. What else? Yes. Just tell her that, Luba. Since you're involved with that sort of stuff. Hope you guys are enjoying. My friends are basically watching at the moment. They regularly get together, and Luba, one of my Russian friends, she's basically keeping an eye on me. Good on you, Luba. Just tell her to rest and not overdo it. God, sore muscles are sore muscles when you overdo it. You ladies push it too much. And what sort of yoga were you doing, Luba? I'll ask you that tomorrow when I see you. We'll move on. Insulin. Okay. Remicla 1 insulin. So my doctor told me to take metformin because he's basically following standard of care. Do you have high blood sugar? Because that's the only purpose of it. Insulin, basically, let's say even if you take a sweetener, your insulin will spike. Now, how long it stays up there for how long will depend on the type of energy substrates that come in. So basically how much sugar and fat come in combined, and whether that repletion of your glycogen, so your liver glycogen, your muscle glycogen, if they're empty and they take part of that, obviously that the insulin to glucagon ratio will be much more tempered, will be much lower. So it depends on that part. But obviously you must have blood sugar levels. I know you're a recent arrival to my channel, and I would say that basically it's best to basically deal with the sugar problem and addiction than basically be taking metformin. Pim Johnson, that is one of my featured channels. She's got a really good site that deals with diabetes, and she's got a protocol on diabetes, and she could help you quite a bit because I provide general information. I got a day job. I don't do consultancies, but I can give you a general rundown. I would not take metformin. It will give you a biotin deficient. It has an effect, thiamine deficient, and a number of other deficiencies. Off the top of my head, I can't remember all of them, but there are some both vitamin and mineral deficiencies that are created over time. I know that some people that do take metformin also take like a high quality supplement, like a general sort of mineral and vitamin mineral type supplement or whatever. But ultimately you need to regulate what you put in your mouth so you can avoid basically requiring this sort of stuff. If you're diabetic or pre-diabetic or whatever, taking metformin only masks the problem. You will still have some underlying insulin resistance, and you will still have higher insulin. So that will still be driving pathology and inflammation. So it won't be helping you. Metformin doesn't really help. It masks the issue by lowering blood sugar, but it doesn't actually solve the problem of insulin resistance. Insulin resistance can only be mitigated by basically getting rid of the sugars. You can go either way. For a short period of time, you can go low fat, low protein, and very high sugar, and that will also mitigate the Randall cycle, but it will make you a sugar burner, and that will age you faster. It will create far more advanced glycation end products, far more reactive oxygen species at the mitochondrial level, and age your mechanisms to generate energy over time. So you will age faster. But you can go the other way, which is the sort of keto approach, which is the low sugar. You know, protein isn't really an issue. I know a lot of people say that high protein is a problem. It's not. As long as sugar's not present and there's only fat, glucagon, insulin to glucagon will remain low in the 1.3 mark. So just think of it. Glucose, pure glucose is 4. Fasting is 0.8. Basically 1.3 is the mark for basically what we call the insulin to glucagon ratio. It has to do with secretion out of the pancreas. It's a ratio of how much gets secreted in regards to glucagon and insulin. And it depends on what the actually energy substrates, which is basically all sugars and fats that are coming into the system, and how they are affecting those two hormones. And you've got sensors in the mouth and through the gut lining that basically tell the body what to anticipate and what sort of hormones to excrete. The problem is metformin just masks the problem. So it takes out part of the sugar, removes part of the sugar. But you could use something like, you could supplement with chromium. I've got actually a video on my channel talking about chromium, how it reduces blood sugars. And it does a better job than metformin without causing a whole lot of side effects, which is deficiencies in micronutrients. So I would rather go that way as a step, but ultimately you need to change your diet. Most people that go on a low carb diet, within a couple of weeks, their insulin resistance starts subsiding and they start feeling better. You know, they usually get off the meds, the majority of how far you're prepared to go that way. The quickest way, and you've actually asked, fasting insulin is supposed to be 25 or lower. Where's yours? You're not actually specifying. So yours is in that range. That range is basically a SAD diet range. The higher those sort of levels. So, or basically some sort of sugar levels that are basically, I don't know exactly what you're reading, so I can't actually know exactly which substrates and combinations. It's hard to say, I mean, like anything from, you can go anywhere from really low numbers right to very high numbers, depending on what the actual physical activity is. So how much glycogen are you getting rid of? So if you're clearing out glycogen, so it may take a certain amount of food before you hit that threshold. So physical activity can mitigate part of that because it can basically replete glycogen. So it's quite complicated. You have to have some details about it exactly. But I would say look at a low carb type diet. If you can't do pure carnivore, and that's your better option in managing any high insulin levels. Now, there could be other factors that could be at play. Certain pathogens can actually have an effect on insulin. Go Sky. And not only that, there's other things like environmental factors that could actually affect insulin. So there's a couple of other things that can actually drive insulin as well. Even funny to say, even cortisol, stress levels, too much stress can also drive both insulin and glucose production. So there's a number of things that can. What you need is basically a coach. You need a coach to basically help you sort of manage that. Pim would be a good person. She's one of my featured channels. She'd be pretty good in that regard. Mary's another one. I haven't actually I need to put her in the featured one. She's pretty good as well, but she's away doing research in Africa at the moment, so that doesn't help. So Pim's your better option at this stage, but you need somebody to coach you through and give you a meal sort of plan to basically manage your pre-diabetic state or diabetic state or whatever it is at this stage. You can medicate it short term, but it's not a long-term solution, and it will create deficiencies. So please don't go down that way, because eventually your health will suffer as a consequence. That's just a comment from Richard. G'day, Mandy. Good to see you here. Yeah, ultimately, you need to manage yourself. I've got him here. Roy's going to be here. Hold your horses. I heard it takes years for insulin levels to come back down to normal, reversing insulin resistance. Actually, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. You can actually reduce your insulin levels dramatically. The fastest way is fasting. Do a 72 to 80 hour fast, and I can tell you your insulin resistance will drop dramatically. But you need to manage that, because you're going to have because you're insulin resistant, you're holding on to shitloads of water. So you're going to be basically pissing like a trooper. So if you fast, you will be pissing like mad, like you've never pissed before. So you will deplete your electrolytes. So make sure you buy electrolytes to cover that if you're going to go down the fasting way. But that will basically make you very insulin sensitive quite fast. The question is, because you're probably in your pancreas, you probably still got some damage from excessively high secretion of insulin. You probably also have the level of, basically in the beta cells, the actual amount of zinc may be lower as well, which is actually required for proper regulation of both insulin and glucagon, can be deranged slightly. So basically look at zinc supplementation through that period. A B vitamin, so one without any sugar, without anything. We don't want any sort of spikes or anything, like a clean B vitamin, and also a lot of electrolytes, and you will be pissing, and some salt. But don't go too hard on the salt initially, the first 24 hours. Let the pissing go. Let's get some of this water weight out, and let's get some of this sort of high blood pressure and all that sort of stuff, which is all associated with water retention. But have the electrolytes, cover the electrolytes, and get some sodium in there, and then jack up the sodium as you come into it as well, because you want to then retain a lot of the other electrolytes. So you do want that in there, because you're going to be dumping a lot of fluids as a consequence of that. But at the same time, you need to support your pancreas. The other thing that I would get is also a taurine supplement. Now, taurine, you have to be careful, because it actually does, and this is not medical advice, make it quite clear, taurine does lower blood pressure dramatically. So why do you need taurine? Taurine is really good at cleaning out fibrotic tissue and fibrotic structures and damage to organs, including the brain, all organs. So you're going to have some problems with your pancreas because of insulin resistance. Most people that are pre-diabetic or diabetic or whatever do. So you basically do need to take something like taurine, but you need to step it up to about 5 grams, but you need to do it like for 2 weeks and I would do that after I actually did the fasting protocol, not while you're doing it, because you could lower your blood pressure far too low and pass out. We don't want you in hospital. So basically, do the fasting protocol, become insulin resistant. Oh, you can actually get from beef taurine, but not enough, because if you've got fibrotic tissue, the thing is, it's a different thing, Remnica. When you're basically born a carnivore, like an Inuit or a Maasai or whatever, and you've been on a species-appropriate diet for years, you're not going to have any of these issues. I mean, George V. Mann, when he looked at the Maasai back in the 60s, he was a researcher out of the US, and George V. Mann quite clearly showed that even people in their late years, like 80s, older men that he actually looked at, they had similar blood pressure levels as younger people. They didn't have any of these problems. So somebody that's lived a clean diet for many decades or multiple decades has no damage. Well, now obviously if you do a carnivore diet for many years, you will clean out these things eventually. But I'm sort of into biohacking as well, and that means I like to clear out things a bit faster. Now I could have waited to clear out my own damaged heart, which had fibrotic tissue, because I had a heart condition. You may not know, or may know, depending on whether you've looked at my earlier stuff, about a decade ago. And taurine was one of the important things in cleaning out fibrotic tissue. There's plenty of research on it. I've done some stuff on taurine. You can check it on my channel, but you will need to take a certain amount of dose to fix up, because you've probably got, if you've got you've probably got some damage with your liver as well, and it does sort out bile flow for better digestion of animal foods, and it also will soften any potential stones if you've got in there in your gallbladder, and emulsify that better, so it actually flows much better. And the other thing that's really important, it also breaks down the fibrotic tissue in the liver. So if you've got insulin resistance, you definitely got some liver problems. Everybody does. It does have insulin resistance or has damage to their liver. So this also helps, because you need to get your liver to work properly, because that also helps in clearing out stuff. So, really important, all that. And I know, waiting for your reverse atherosclerosis and all the animal product diet. Yep, that's coming. It's just a matter of time. But basically, taurine is part of that protocol in basically helping deal with that fibrotic tissue. The other one is MK4, menaquinone 4, which is important as well. And vitamin D, very much a big player with retinol and the B vitamins for the gut microbiome with vitamin D. Gut microbes will take vitamin D, or both D3 and D2, the plant form. They don't care. The primitive, they will take any form they can, but they need some as well. It's the reason why we avoid the sun at our own peril, and being vitamin D deficient, which a lot of the population is, we don't provide enough vitamin D to the beneficial gut microbiome. And that's another reason why we've got a lot of pathogenic stuff happening inside us. There's a lot of reasons. That's another one of them, on the countless, endless amount. So I don't have time to basically coach you through. I do have a day job, so you do need to find somebody that can actually coach you through, like Pim Johnson, who's one of my featured channels. She does do things about insulin resistance and provides sort of that information, build plans and stuff like that. And she could probably help you at least do probably consultancy with her, or just try and get some of her information on some sort of dietary approach that would help you basically manage that. But as I said, the quickest way to basically, bring down insulin really rapidly is a 3-day fast. But, cover all the other bases, because your blood pressure will drop, and you'll be losing a lot of electrolytes. So you need to cover all that elements. So yeah, if you're going to do it, make sure you've got all the other stuff. If you don't want to basically try and actually work out, Pim does have her own snake juice type approach, Ask her, and she will tell you exactly what she puts in her electrolyte mix, and you can do the same thing. So she's pretty good at she's got a really good formulation for that. Or you can go for the snake juice electrolytes. That's up to you. That's your choice, your money, how you go about it. I'm just giving you the info. Okay. G'day, Melina. How's the weather in Poland? Yes, running late. That fucking bastard. He's always running late. Oxalate juice. No, milk, mate, milk. I only had 1 cup of oxalate juice today. 1 cup of, the rest it's been, I went over to the old man's and I had some beautiful pork chops. Absolutely wonderful. And he wasn't as, he cooked quite a bit, and he wasn't as, hungry. And he said, I had an earlier, a late breakfast and a bit of a, so I'm not as hungry. And he piled a whole lot of meat on mine. I go, bloody hell, Dad, I'm not going to eat all this, even though it was my first meal. But, I got through most of it. And then I had 2 small pieces. I put them in a bag and brought them home, threw them in the fridge. I'll have them through the week sometime, at some point, Yes. People don't put people on plant-based diets. Yep, exactly. Yeah, if they got high insulin. Yeah, but you know what? They basically say, eat your kibble and take your metformin. And then once the metformin doesn't do the job anymore, because your insulin resistance is getting worse and worse and worse, then they basically give you insulin. It's just crazy. And people become morbidly obese very rapidly. People, by eating a lot of refined stuff, sugars and oils, are becoming obese, but they become morbidly obese if they get on these drugs in many cases, beyond what they would normally. And the thing is, because it drives up insulin. Insulin will force, nutrients into the adipose tissue, into the fat cells. It's just the way it does. I mean, we've known this since the 1930s, 1920s, and 30s. Germans were doing experiments and looking at insulin levels and playing around with these things. We know basically kids that had diabetes 1, they could eat anything they liked. It doesn't matter what amount you eat. As long as insulin's high, you will put on weight. Insulin will drive adiposity on its own. And it's simple as that. And once you're insulin resistance because of engaging the Randall cycle, because you blockade your cell's capacity to take in energy substrates in a managed way, you're overloading the system. There are enzymatic pathways in the cell, and if you overload the system just basically downregulates the receptors from the actual cell membrane and says, we're not taking any more stuff. And then you've got too much circulating shit, and the body's going, I need to shove this somewhere. I need to get it out. If I can't shove it into the cells, I'm going to push insulin even higher to force it into the fat cells. And that's what it does, because you need insulin to drive fat into the fat cells. And that's exactly what it does. You notice it with diabetics who prick their stomach. They get these little fat growths on their stomach because they've been pricking themselves with insulin at that location. We've known since the 1930s that insulin basically drives adiposity, that drives the increase of fat deposition to your body. Simple as that. And the only thing that actually drives it up is when you combine a lot of energy from the 2 main energy macros and a certain level of protein, and it will drive it. But if you have just sugar on its own, or fat, or protein, or fat and protein on their own, that level of insulin will be low, because the insulin to glucagon ratio will be 1.3. That means glucagon competes with insulin. So this is why, when you do a carnivore diet, you're eating a steak only, you are just 1.3 in terms of the insulin to glucagon ratio. That means glucagon is high enough to suppress the over-exaggeration or the over response of insulin. So even though there's leucine and all these other type of anabolic amino acids there, glucagon is high enough to suppress the overexpression. So you express it only to a certain level directly at the muscle level, and you drive muscle protein synthesis. But it's not high enough. And the other thing is, I need to remind people, because a lot of people get confused about IGF-1. In primitive organisms, insulin, IGF-1 were one thing. It's just in complex organisms, they've been separated, but they work in tandem because they were part of the same. They've just basically, it's in complex organisms, you need more enzymatic sort of and transcription factors to sort of drive them in complex systems. And that's the only thing. But generally speaking, they work in lockstep. So how they respond in lockstep. They go all up in the same way. mTOR, IGF-1, all this. Yes, you can take rapamycin, you can take metformin, you can take things like that, but it's not really fixing the problem. All it is doing is it's masking it while deranging the whole system the way it works. So you get nowhere. It sort of, yeah. So it goes haywire, unfortunately. Yeah. Anyway, g'day, Bart. Good to see you, mate. Yes. JD's lost the plot slightly, unfortunately. Yes. I used to have him as a featured channel, but I don't anymore. He's been going around really going after Bart, Sean, and it doesn't help the community. It really does not help the community. You know, I just don't know what he's. I mean, first of all, people like me and Bart basically live in an environment where we're not the only people that are actually dealing with corn-based corn-based feed for cows is North America, is the US. The rest of us, it's basically silage, leftover crap and all that, which doesn't affect us at all. So, and even I've basically said in the past, that if you're basically in a food environment, food desert like in the US in some places, and you've got no other access, why would you eat kibble? You would even grain fed would be much better than that. But if you say that, and JD just go, oh, you're against me, you're not supporting me. No, it's nothing to do with that. The reality is that governments in your country, in the US, subsidize those industries. Now, wrong or right, that's what happens. When people like myself, Bart or Sean or whoever, talk to the average person out there, the average person out there wants alternatives. And so you say, well, yes, does grain-fed beef have some level of glyphosate? Yep, which is not really good for the gut. But compared to kibble, it has very little, because the ruminant animal still has a liver, and it can still detox part of that stuff out of the system. So the amount of problematic things you'll get is very little. So it's not going to be as harmful. It's not optimal, but it's way better than kibble, than, plant-based crap. There's a difference between the two. And I think that JD's sort of like on some bloody warpath now against every other carnivore that doesn't agree with him. He's doing something similar to Frankie. That doesn't help the community, and it doesn't help the rest of us. So I hope he would basically pull back and, stop this sort of nonsense, because it doesn't help anyone, unfortunately. But, anyway, back to what I was saying. Thank you. I appreciate it, Richard. Yes, we're a pretty good bunch. We very friendly amongst ourselves and all that. Hello, Alex, as well. Good to see you, mate. Still eating ice cream. You guys know me too well. I've got some for tomorrow, but not for today. Gave that a miss. We can't do that constantly. Does metformin, in the long run, yes, because it masks the problem. And, if you've still got substrate in there, yes, it can reduce it slightly, but it's still not getting rid of the insulin resistance. So over the long haul, it still will make it worse at a slower pace, but it still will make it worse. It's not the solution. The solution is basically getting off the foods that are driving it, So if you're combining too much sugar with fat, not a good thing. The mixed diet is the worst. The standard diet, which has a lot of refined sugars and refined oils, very bad for you. And, sweeteners and all that sort of stuff as well. Okay. Is he talking about high fasting? Okay. That could be, it's hard to say. What sort of tests have you done? Oh, you've been using sweeteners. Well, actually, sweetness can actually elevate it. Yeah, well, sweetness can actually elevate your insulin response, because the problem is your body thinks, oh, I'm actually sugar's coming in. And what it does is it spikes up your insulin because it's expecting sugars to come in. So, yeah, sweeteners are not good. They can do all that as well, can over-exaggerate. And some sugar alcohols are even worse than sugar. They will actually increase insulin by threefold, not one-fold or two-fold, threefold. I think is Splenda one of them. There's a couple of other ones. So yeah, they are really bad. Sweeteners, sugar alcohols, they can be sometimes, let me put it this way. Let's say I had a soda with one of these sweeteners and I had a soda with sugar. I'd take the soda with the sugar rather than the other one, because I'm going to get a lower insulin response compared to the one that is supposed to be zero sugar. Yeah, that's how bad some of these commercial sweeteners are in terms of over-exaggerating insulin. So you may be using too many of those, having too many keto or low-carb treats or whatever, and you're spiking your insulin much higher than you should. So that's a possibility. Yeah. Throw that shit out the door. Probably the one that has probably the least problematic is probably xylitol, but even, it's not an alternative. It's best to stay away from a lot of that sort of stuff. What happens is over time is your body gets desensitized to the high sugar, and even a bit of sugar from dairy or from cream or whatever will basically give you that nice feeling, because you're so sensitive now to sugar. So yeah, you definitely don't want that sort of stuff. They're really bad. Yeah. And let alone some of the sugar alcohols also play havoc with your gut microbiome as well. So definitely give them a miss, mate. Not a good thing. G'day, Marco. How are things in Germany, mate? Good morning, Harry. My butcher offers veal nose to tail next week. Also veal heart, liver, kidneys, and thymus. For what would you go for? I'd go for the lot if he's offering that. Remember that the Greek philosopher guys that do all the organ meats together and all that. Yeah, try something like that. So yeah, the Greek philosopher guys, they're really good. They do a lot of it's in Greek. I do know that, but they do have some stuff in English with English subtitles, and they're pretty good. Now let me just find the actual channel. Give me a sec. And let me find it. Got too many bloody things here. Too many carnies that I'm subscribed to, you know. You've got to support them, don't you? And hold on, where is it? If I overshot or something. I did. Damn. It's going too fast. I think it's bloody faster to basically just search them. God almighty. And yeah, found it. Real philosophy. That's it. Not philosophers, philosophy. And this is their channel. I'll just put in the comments. And they do have some videos in English with English subtitles. They will put basically brackets English subtitles like the Greek souvlaki, stuff like that. All the traditional, because they do a lot of, this is, you know, they're really good at a lot of this sort of stuff. Let me just share this for you guys. And yeah, this is the sort of stuff. I mean, they build all these sort of charcoal grills. They go around Greece building these charcoal grills for different people as well. So they're really into all this sort of stuff. And Greece is just, you know, our restaurants are primarily charcoal grill restaurants, the majority of them. I used to work in one of them as a youngster. They're called psystadies in the Greek language. Is there psystadies? And it's basically, there's the kukuretsi, which is the English one. They've got a whole lot of different dishes. And I'll put that in there as well. That's the one with the organ, the different organ meats.
2 σκοταριές από μικρό αρνί γάλακτος. Μαζί με τα γλυκάρια που έχει κάθε σκοταριά και 3 αντεριές ολόκληρες. Πάλι από μικρό αρνί γάλακτος, όχι από μεγάλα αρνιά. Τα κομμάτια που θα κόψουμε θα έχουν αυτό το μέγεθος.
And that's what they basically do.
Καρδιά, γλυκάρια. Συνεχίζουμε κατά αυτόν τον τρόπο, ώσπου να τα περάσουμε όλα τα κομμάτια στη σούβλα. Έτοιμο.
So basically all the different organs, Marco.
Όπως βλέπετε, ομοιόμορφα. Τώρα πριν
I grew up on this sort of stuff.
Θα βάλουμε μία μπόλια.
Because offal sort of grills used to be everywhere in the city. There's a few still now around, but they used to be very popular in the 70s and 80s and earlier, obviously.
Δεν είναι πολύ λιπαρή και θα μας δώσει
That's the panna we call it.
Συνεχίζουμε με το επόμενο, που αυτή τη φορά δεν χρειάζεται να το δώσουμε.
And that's the andera, which is the intestines, which are washed out. Dad used to get me to wash them out. Yeah, I know.
Κάνουμε ένα πέρασμα λοξά.
And that's how they do it.
Αρχή πιο αραιά.
Up and down, and then they go around like that.
Δεν τραβάμε πάρα πολύ.
That's what it looks like in the
Δεν
end.
μπορούμε να το τυλίξουμε σωστά. Από 2 σηκωταριές αρνίσες γάλακτος. Θα κατέβουμε στην πιο χαμηλή θέση. Ένας άλλος παράγοντας. Με θερμοκρασία εσωτερικά κοντά στους 80 βαθμούς, ανοίγουμε τα κάρβουνα για να μας δώσουν όλη τους τη δύναμη. περίπου στη 1,5 ώρα από τη στιγμή που το βάλαμε.
It's 1.5 hours.
Τέλεια. Έτσι.
And there it is. They just cut it all up and they serve it in these small amounts.
Και η τελευταία πίνει ελιά.
Bit of wine.
Σε όσους αρέσει η ρίγανη, στο τέλος με λίγο αλάτι.
Oregano is one of the herbs that they put in. So that's pretty much it. Helicopter out there. Okay. Hope that's not coming through too loud. But that's what you want, sort of Marco, sort of look at a potential recipe like that. Really nice. It is Bjorn, really tasty. That's good that you're on a very low carb diet, but you got to get off the alcohol because sweeteners, because they do accentuate some people worse than others. It's a U curve. Some people are affected worse than others in terms of insulin spiking. It can be worse than sugar. That's how bad some of these alcohol sweeteners can be. So it's a lot of reasons why a lot of keto people go on keto snacks and they go, I don't know why I've stalled. And it's usually basically because they're using a lot of alcohol sweeteners, which is spiking up insulin and preventing them from accessing. And they feel a bit lousy and all that, and a bit more hungry and all that because your insulin is spiking, preventing you from accessing your own fat. And as a consequence, you start becoming a bit hypoglycemic. It's this that actually a lot of people out there getting confused. They're going, oh, I'm doing a keto carnivore and I'm eating, it's the too much protein, people say, or all sorts of nonsense out there. The reason why, when we know from physiology that insulin to glucagon ratio of meat and fat is 1.3, there is no way eating meat and fat you're going to get an insulin spike because glucagon is keeping insulin under control. This is in the textbooks. This is not basically Harry Serpanos. This is actual physiology, the level of insulin to glucagon. Sweeteners are bad news. They really can derange your endocrine system, the way your system works, and create these unusual spikes in basically insulin, exaggerated. And people then get these hypoglycemic shocks. And then the body sort of tries to respond. They're consuming more protein then to try and, because, they can't access, because of the high insulin, they can't access basically their own fat for energy. So basically they become more hungry for meat, for protein. And it's the same thing that happened to probably Carnivore Yogi and many others. They end up, because of not enough energy, whether you've got like the strong sisters with very thin and not enough fat on them to basically support the endocrine system and their energy requirements because they're too high protein, not enough fat, or because they're basically preventing their own body from giving them the extra fat they need because of these alcohol sugars. They are nasty and they're problematic. And most problems, when you go back and ask people, are you consuming any of these alcohol sugars? And people then tell us that they are. And it usually, once they get off them, things start normalizing. You can actually increase the quickness of the normalization by doing a bit of fasting. As I said earlier, it usually brings that insulin back down to normal levels quite fast. Anyway, she's still around. She's still doing. She was basically doing her program. So she's concentrated on her new website, which is not the main one, but the other one, which is on sugar and sugar addiction and for diabetics and stuff like that. So she's doing a specific program on people which have deranged endocrine systems like high insulin, stuff like that, or diabetes or pre-diabetes or stuff like that. And so she's been dealing with a lot of that. So it's, I've been sort of adding, sharing her videos on my both Instagram, Twitter, on my other account, and on Facebook I've been sharing primarily. I haven't got around. I really don't have much on Instagram. It's just basically I've just got an account and I really haven't put anything there. So some point I will do something, but at this stage I'm sort of there's just too much social media to cover. Anyway, good for you. Yes, but now you're actually pushing up your insulin because of alcohol, sugar. So get off them, I think, is the way to go. The other thing is when you're basically telling us anything about sugars or stuff like that, remember we've got two things. We've got millimoles, and we've also got so we've got the American system and the metric system of Europe. So you sort of have to indicate which one, because otherwise we can really get confused, which is the other thing, because sometimes somebody may say, certain animals, in terms of, their cholesterol or their blood sugars or whatever, and they can put a different number, then it becomes confusing for us what exactly it is. So yeah, we are working in a sort of environment. You got to indicate exactly what type. G'day, Dom. Good to see you, mate. How are things in Ireland? Hope they're good. More strolling from Richard, and there's Sky as well. She's still around, or she's dropped in as she usually does and then takes off. Your glucose is pretty good. Yeah, that's fair enough. 70 to 90, that's fine. Not an issue. Yes, bloody like. Hit the like button, you guys. What's wrong with yous? You tell them, Mandy. Oh, that's the other one, B12 as well. Yeah, it's a number of things. There's, yeah, it's bad news, and, B12 is very important for the brain. So you want to become demented, block B12. Thiamine is very important for glucose, and so it's reducing the thing that actually is important as a vitamin to metabolize sugar and fats, potentially causing more problems, derangements. So yeah, it's metformin's just not, as I said, a better supplement would be than metformin is basically well, let me just find my video and I'll put it up, because I usually talk about these and I don't show. I'll actually have my channel up. I should have my channel up. I don't do that more enough, so I'll need to find that chromium video on my channel, but just give me a sec and I'll find it. It's a very old one right at the end, So I always talk about these things, but I never actually. Let me just share my screen. And there's my channel, the videos. If I go all the way down to the bottom, I think it's right at the bottom, is it? From memory, it's close to the bottom anyway. Still going. There it is. And it's chromium, vitamin C, and the carnivore diet. But what I'm talking about there is that if you want to increase the uptake, see, the GLUT4 receptor both is involved in the uptake of both glucose and vitamin C. And so if you want to actually improve the uptake, let's say because this was on a carnivore diet, if you were slightly deficient for whatever reason coming into a carnivore diet and you wanted to basically improve that, chromium could be the little trick to do that. But also, chromium also has the ability to reduce blood sugar levels. So it also has a good effect on that. So, yes. Anyway, we will remove that and back to me. Now, where was I? Because I lost my spot. Yes, she can't stay. She's away. Did you get enough sleep, Sky? That's the main thing. Because she went late to bed last night. Exactly. That girl doesn't sleep. She's as bad as Necro Kitty. She doesn't sleep as well. I don't know what's wrong with both of them. Sleep is unimportant to them. Okay, watching your electrolyte formulas containing glucose also is yeah. I mean the one that the snake, Cole, who puts out the snake juice, his one is basically doesn't have any sugars or any crap or whatever, so it's a pretty good one. Yes, we covered the taurine one, so I won't dwell on that anymore. Yep. And g'day, Dave. Good to see you. How's the weather in Barcelona, mate? Yes, that's coming. But if you want to get a head start, taurine and MK4. Yes. Very good. Yes. The L-citrulline that I use for vasodilating. Yes, another. Yes, I forget it. I always forget about L-citrulline. I always do. I have dropped it from 2 grams to 1 gram L-citrulline now. I don't see it as that important. It's because if I keep it up to 2 grams, and it also reduces blood pressure, and I need to basically, it's a question of, if I'm pushing up taurine as I'm getting older, L-citrulline is probably less. I can actually bring down a bit. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Basically, taurine and L-citrulline are pretty good for blood pressure as well. Vitamin D as well. Vitamin D is important for blood pressure as well. But taurine actually regulates the fluids between the intra and extracellular fluids. So it's really, really good. But it can really cause blood pressure drops if you take it very fast in large amounts. So it's not advisable. You've got to be very, very careful with taurine. Treat with care and small amounts and step up. The highest amount that I've seen is 10 milligrams, but I would only recommend those for people that have got Alzheimer's or basically, major liver damage, stuff like that. Major fibrotic, major, kidney damage. And I've got a lot of fibrotic tissue that needs to be cleared out. That's the only time I'd recommend those sort of levels. And you have to basically monitor if you're on meds to slowly come off them, and which is a good thing. And then also monitor the blood pressure doesn't drop too much. And so you're slowly stepping up in a managed way. And if you notice you're getting a bit dizzy, go back 1 gram, and then, do not. It's not a race to it's not this sort of bloody race. We're trying to basically heal ourselves. It takes a bit longer. focus on the healing, not on the time frame. Anyway, yes, they're here. I should actually change. It is 7. And Roy's here at Arsehole Harry's gone. He's out the door. Roy's here. G'day, guys. Good to see yous. Blinky, how are you, mate? Bloody Westy. Good to see you here. Ready to rock and roll, mate? You here looking for a spanking? Yes, Blinky's always looking for a spanking. He loves it. Yes, yes. He's been quite quiet recently, you know. He's been a bit tempered. You know, have you noticed him? He doesn't say anything through. And then right at the end, he throws a few, you know, a few liners about the Eurasian subs. Yes, yes. Very underhanded, I would say. Wouldn't you say, Richard? Yes, very underhanded. Yes, blinkers. G'day, Fappers. Good to see you here, mate. And for those who don't know who T1 is, that is Blinky, Troll 1. And the other troll is missing in action currently. I'm going to start taking B-complex supplements every day before I'm taking Metformin as an experiment. Hopefully, my insulin levels will go down. Look, I think fasting will basically be the best thing you can do to bring your insulin levels down rapidly. You know, trying to medicate these sort of things. Yeah. And if it's not coming down with fasting, then drop me a line, because you will have to do a test on a number of different pathogens and a number of different potential things that could be in your environment that could be basically causing some of these issues, and it may not even be the food. So yeah, so that's why if you basically do a fasting, it really eliminates the food, and you can say, okay, so my insulin isn't going down, so it's not food related, you know, because at the moment we don't know. So, and then you can basically go back and put just meat and then try other things and see how you react. And because rather than trying to medicate, you know, with all just throwing things at it, you know, B vitamins isn't going to do to it. Yes, it'll cover the sort of the metformin deficiencies, but that's not a solution long term. What you really want to do is basically find out, get to the crux of it, find out exactly what's driving it. Is it an environmental factor, or is it basically something that you're actually putting in your mouth that's actually having an effect? Sometimes there are certain things that may react differently in your body to mine, and it's due to genes, unfortunately. Some people have certain genes that will over-exaggerate insulin under certain circumstances or when they eat certain things. For instance, I can eat a steak and you can eat the same steak, and your insulin response compared to mine will be different. You can drink a cup of milk and your insulin could jump dramatically, and I can drink a couple of milk and it won't. So there is a lot of variations due to certain genes, and sometimes it also is methylation. That means, have you got the right micronutrients in there to turn off certain genetic pathways or not that may be implicated? So it's really hard to, you know, to narrow, because it may not even be food related that these, you know, things are being, you know, epigenetically affected. Could be environmental. There are a number of environmental factors, but, you know, we need to basically eliminate first the food, which is the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. Yes, I know an appropriate word to use, fruit, in a carny community. But the low-hanging fruit is the food. Take that out, go into a 72-hour fast, and if it doesn't come down, it's not the food. It's an environmental thing. So you need to work out what it is. Well, if they were, the thing that will actually normalize things the fastest is fasting. That's what you want. So I've already taken that step. So, but I will leave that to other people to decide on their own what steps they want to take. But I don't think that it's good to basically attack other fellow carnivores. And, Bart's been pretty good with basically, with JD. So have I. We've been very, friendly, supportive. I've featured him on my channel. I've supported him and all that. And if he had an issue, he should have come straight to Bart and said, look, and had it out with him or had it out with me or whatever. That's what you do. You don't basically then just go on an attack video. You don't see Bart making an attack video against me or making an attack video against JD or making an attack video against Sean or whoever just for the fun of it. No, there's got to be legitimate reasons. I mean, even when Salad Boy went off the rails, Bart tried to approach him. That means he didn't attack him. They never go at him. I mean, I was more on the attack because I did not have a relationship with Salad Boy, so it didn't really matter to me. He was just wrong. Bart held back. He didn't want to, basically wanted to maintain that relationship and have a conversation with him. Once he realized that basically Salad Boy no longer was interested in having a relationship with him, then he was fair game because basically he just told us that we can bugger off. We're wrong. He's right. So, but we never basically went after him and, defamed him. Nothing like, Frankie. I mean, setting up a website and all that other, crap that he created. Now that's just wrong. It's just fundamentally wrong to do that sort of stuff. That is low and very wrong. But we never did anything like that. We just argued that the science that he was putting forward is wrong. We criticized him on the science, that it was fundamentally wrong that he was saying, about PUFA and about sugar. And it's pretty much quite clear on that. But, Yellow Ted had a different word for low-hanging fruit. I bet he did. Fucking DVDs. And he's going to spank Salad Boy tomorrow. That will put a smile on Ted's face. Ted's a bit of a deviant. Just for those who don't know Ted. Does the Randall cycle, what does the Randall cycle do in the Maasai people with 4 litres of milk? I'm high milk at the moment, 4 litres and 200 grams of carbs. Well, let me put it this way. The milk that you consume from a dairy producer here, they siphon off the actual cream. So the actual composition of real milk that comes out of a cow is much lower in carbohydrates. So the levels that a Maasai would probably get will be more in the range of, sort of 100 to, around the 100 grams. And that's glucose, not fructose, glucose. And they are quite physically active. So they actually move long distances and all that. They're depleting a lot of glycogen. And so all they're doing is repleting glycogen in their muscles and in their liver every day. So in that regard, less of an issue, but at the same time, so they will never, it's like people in the past, they consumed, but they never hit the sort of the Randall cycle. They had a bit of, bit of things like rice, a bit of meat, a bit of that, but they were quite physically active. So they're always depleting their glycogen, and that glycogen that was coming through in the form of sugar, coming through portal vein into the actual liver, was basically going into glycogen stores in the liver, and then the rest of it was being exported out to the muscles to provide glycogen. And as long as you basically are using it and active, not a problem. I'll give you an example. Sumo wrestlers. Now, sumo wrestlers deliberately engage the Randall cycle. They consume shitloads of calories to get very fat. But because it's all glucose, rice, it is subcutaneous fat. It's not visceral. They build up, and they're also insulin sensitive. Why? Because they're very physically active. Ted just sent me an email. God, I can imagine. God, should I look? How explicit was he? It's always a worry with Ted. You never know what you're going to receive. Can be a worry. Let me just check. We won't share this screen until I've actually vetted it. Because anything coming from Ted could be, yes. I better have some milk. And Ted's message.
Bollocks!
He's a character, isn't he? Ah, yes, yes. So true. Yes, and pretty much, I would say, Alex, that the profile would be much lower in carbohydrates because remember they siphon off all the cream. So the actual quantity, it's a bit like, like when you basically, the light stuff, they take all the fat away and it basically becomes, so actual commercial milk or even raw milk that you buy, they've siphoned off a lot of the cream. So you basically are getting something which is more diluted. It's not a high fat, low carb type combination. So that's the sort of, in that regard. So it's not exactly the same, let alone they are far more physically active, utilizing all that energy. And it's the same thing. The only time that actually people like a lot of the sumo wrestlers actually get into trouble is when they leave the profession. That's when they become severely insulin resistant. It's a bit like the athletes that are out there that are basically doing high carb or carb loading, a bit like Tim Noakes and people like that did a lot of the carb loading and all that. While you're so physically active and literally burning away that glycogen, less of a problem. It's only when you start becoming sedentary. And the Maasai have got into the same trouble when they move to the cities, like, and no longer are living in, the sort of country areas or the rural areas, I mean, in Nairobi. Well, they do a lot of things in Nairobi, in the capital city of Kenya. One, they start eating kibble where they weren't eating traditionally in their diet, but also they're consuming far more, your standard milk and stuff like that, which has got far more sugar in it, and they're physically less active. So then they do engage the Randall cycle. So physical activity does play a role in terms of whether you basically hit that excess level of energy that your body can sort of store or use at any one time. And so each time you exceed that level, you will be engaging the Randall cycle. Even if it's a low gradient, you will be, and then it will drop off, and it will vary from tissue to tissue because depending on the, sort of the level of that resistance at the cell level in different tissue, it will vary. But but in simplistic terms, it will vary in that regard. But they don't get into that trouble because they're so physically active. So they really burn through that glycogen, and they're quite big. We're talking about guys that are well over 6 foot on average and quite muscular, and they've got a lot of glycogen store capacity compared to the average person. So that's another factor as well. That's why, I drink milk, but I don't drink excessive. I don't have their muscular or their physical sort of activity level to be drinking multiple glasses of this stuff. So no, I would not do, as a Westie, a Westerner, I would not do 4 liters like they do. No, personally, I wouldn't. Unless you want their lifestyle and you want to be outdoors all day long, literally walking around and doing physical activities. Unless you're doing that, that's a different story. Yeah, we don't know. He all of a sudden turned nasty on Bart. He did 2 videos. One, I hadn't noticed them because I basically don't have bell notifications for his and a couple of others. So occasionally I go and check them out. And I actually checked some of his more older ones. And the recent one that I noticed was one that he had done with Vegetable Police, but I hadn't noticed the other ones. And then Bart told me about them. Then I went and looked at them and I go, oh shit. No, the last week ones that I missed. Because I get a lot in my sort of list of things, because I've got the archaeological ones and the the historical ones and all that, and I look at a lot of that sort of stuff. Yes, I like the nutritional stuff, which I research on my own, but I don't really look at everybody's nutritional channel because usually they're just repeating the same stuff, regurgitating what everybody else is regurgitating. So I don't find it that interesting, to be honest, personally. I'm always down at some other rabbit hole to try and find some other new stuff. That's me. Bart's out there trying to find the bullshit and sort of whack it on the head in terms of the research. So we sort of complement each other against the bullshit that's out there in different ways. But yeah, I brought to my attention that he was basically, he was calling a lapdog and all sorts of stuff. It's a bit nasty in that regard. I mean, what would he have said to me about me if I had turned up on, let's say I was invited to meet RX, which I haven't been. I'm still surprised I haven't been. But anyway, that's up to the people at Meet RX to invite me if they want to. If they don't, that's their business. So, but at the end of the day, Bart I think he had made some appearance there. He made a couple of appearances on Sean Baker's. He had Sean Baker a couple of times on his channel in the past. JD didn't seem to make an issue much about it. I remember there was a bit of friction with over Sean and some of the stuff there. But at the end of the day, we all have relationships with other carnivore people in the YouTubia world, in the social media world. I can't tell Bart what to put out. I can't tell Sean what to put out. They can't tell me what to put out, stuff like that. At the end of the day, we all have our different interests and different things that we focus on and stuff like that. Just because we associate, it doesn't basically mean that we're all guilty by association. And unfortunately, JD's gone down that pathway that if you're with that person, you're basically just as bad as that person. Well, that's a bit, a bit on the narky side, a bit, it's you're either on my side or you're not, and that's sort of, no, I don't like being blackmailed into choosing. I will choose my friends as I please, and I will watch whatever I like as I please. The end of the day, there will be differences amongst people. We all have differences about different issues and slight variations, and that's how normal people are. But we respect each other in this space, and when and if we are on speaking terms, we contact that person and say, well, I've got these issues with you for these and these issues, and you have it out and discuss it in in an amicable way. That's how you do it. You don't basically turn on each other in a nasty way in our community. I mean, it doesn't help anyone, honestly. It really doesn't. Thanks, Bart. Yes, please hit the like button. Oh, Buck, how are you, mate? How are you? Hey, that guy's not here. Roy, get it right, Buck. Otherwise, I'll get Blinky onto you. He could be. He's a feral little froggy. Yes. I really haven't. You know, I found it quite surprising because I've interacted with in the past, and I'm very much supportive of regenerative farming and stuff like that. I mean, I buy my stuff, you know, which is local stuff here in Tasmania, which is a lot of grass-fed, grass-finished and stuff like that. Raw milk, which is also grass-fed type raw milk and things like that. So that's my focus in getting good quality animal products. So I don't disagree with him on that, but I don't think it helps the community when you attack people. And I was quite shocked. So yeah, you may have had a bad feeling. I didn't, you know, because I've interacted with him on a couple of times, and so I never expected him to turn nasty like that and make these really. And it's not even a, you know, it's sort of like guilt of association. Like, oh, this is what Bart said. This is what, you know, Sean says. He's sort of backing him up. No, he's not. He's just being polite because he's on his channel. You know, people are polite. I mean, sometimes I'm polite. You know, I have different opinions. It's a bit like when I had the PUFA issue with Salad Boy. I wasn't sure what Bart's position was, and I sort of didn't. I wanted it privately, and he sort of forced it out. And he said, "No, let's just have it out here on your thing." You know, I wanted privately to have a chat with Bart and say, well, you know, this is my view. This is the science that I've come up with. This is what I've found and what I've looked at. What do you think? And try to convince him of my argument. But I didn't have to do that. But, you know, I had that concern, and that's what people, you know, in this space should do. We should be more respectful of each other, even when we have some disagreements. You know, if we can find common ground, fine. If we can't, then we say, well, we disagree on this or differ, and that's how you do it. I just have to get it down before 7:30, so sort of the, you know, the fasting period and the feasting and the eating period. I've got 5 minutes to scull that down. Skull. God. Old alcoholic days. Yeah, I know. Some of that attitude never gets out of you. Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay. I've just followed him because of the regenerative stuff. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. It was quite shocking how he turned quite, yeah. Yeah. He's sort of been nibbling at Sean. He's been nibbling at Bart. He, you know, even when he came on, I remember once I was on the same live stream with Bart and with JD, and he was sort of, you know, continually sort of pestering him about some of this sort of stuff, and I'm going, and some of the imported stuff and all that, you know, fine, you know, that's your beef because you basically work in that industry, and it is an issue for you. That's fine, you know, in that regard. But, you know, we come from different countries. We're not sort of directly involved in the sort of the agricultural policies of those different countries, of, you know, our countries, their countries and stuff like that. Ultimately, what we all want is better quality animal foods. And there we don't have a disagreement. So, you know, why basically create friction over, you know, minor things, sort of accentuate the differences on minor things. It doesn't really help anyone, honestly. It really makes it, yeah. I don't know, it sounds very, 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 yes, nothing like, yes. Look, a lot of that sort of stuff is due to, Randall cycle, insulin resistance, stuff like that. If you end up with a lot of lipid droplets and stuff like that in, the other thing that helps is taurine, clears out a lot of that sort of stuff. Very important for methylation. Yes. Cytochrome P450. Yes. Choline as well. So, and our diet has those things, which makes it superior in terms of clearing out all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I know. He's got his nose out of joint because I'm mates with Sean Baker. Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's just, and Sean Baker's a shill, big ag, because he refused to completely denounce grain-fed. Yeah, exactly. It's just, you're guilty by association, even though you live in New Zealand, you eat grass-fed. I live in Tasmania, I eat grass-fed, this sort of stuff. And we both of us, or you primarily, because you're closer to Sean directly, you've got a friendship. I don't. I just know of him. Yeah. But basically, I suspect if I knew him as well, I would also be guilty by association. Doesn't mean, yeah, exactly. But we don't. Doesn't mean we agree on everything. And that's the reality. And Sean has pulled away from that position on grain-fed. He basically has, in much recent times, basically said he prefers to support regenerative farming, support farmers that are doing the right thing. So, and he buys from that. He supports that directly. But in the past, he has said things about, but people could change their minds, But the thing is, probably one thing that probably Sean hasn't pulled away is probably on the issue where, affordability and people living in food deserts. And I sort of tend to agree with that, even though I would prefer we had a cleaner animal production system. At the end of the day, I'm not going to if somebody asks me, what should I eat? Should I eat a grain-fed animal or should I eat kibble? I'm always going to say, the optimal, the best is, regenerative, grass-fed, grass-finished, free-range type foods. But if you've got very little option other than, kibble or grain-fed, then I'll say grain-fed. It's not optimal, but it's going to be healthier than the more, so how much damage do you want to do is the question. And grain-fed is not really going to do much damage. It's, the lipid profile is marginal, and the only real issue is probably some of the micronutrients may not be as high, and also a bit of glyphosate that may have not been completely methylated away by the ruminant liver. That's basically it, So those are probably the only issues. But if that's, so in terms of the person, in terms of whether we support that, no, I don't support grain farming, grain-fed farming, or some of the practices in that industry. But if I'm actually, somebody's asking me who's very poor and in a food desert, those are my only two options, then I'm going to say to that person, take that best option. And that's logical, And I suspect he's going to make a video of me saying that I support that. No, I don't. I don't support that. But as between the two worst scenarios that somebody has, the two worst choices that somebody may have, I will go with the least problematic for that person. So we have to be a bit balanced in that regard. And sometimes being too ideological doesn't really help. And I've lost my spot. Anyway, I love StreamYard for that reason. See, the other system wouldn't have, I've lost all those questions. So anybody above that question, basically, sorry. And we will move through here to do very rapidly. Still in lockdown. Yes. Yes, you're still in your 1984 lockdown state. And that was the one that we talk. Yep. And that is definitely bullshit. It's like all that sort of stuff. It is absolute bullshit. You know, it's crap. People just come up because they say, "Oh, you need sugar." What? What a load of crap. Look, as I said before, if you do a therapeutic level of ketosis, which is basically 10% protein, 90% fat, you will increase your reverse T3 to much higher levels. It's a protective mechanism against muscle loss, and you will actually shut down part of your endocrine system. That's true. But that's the same thing if you fast. It's the same thing if you basically do a vegan diet, which is very poor in protein, you know. So it's not the energy. It's basically protein. Remember, your body needs a certain level of substrate of amino acids for both enzymes, and it needs a certain level of cofactors to run those enzymes. And the only way to get that sort of stuff is from at least having well over 20% of your calories coming in the form of basically animal proteins. Our usual diet on a carnivore diet is up to about 30 to 35%. It's a non-issue, absolutely non-issue. So the other things that are important are all the micronutrients, including vitamin D. Vitamin D is very important. If you've got low vitamin D status, let me put it this way. It doesn't matter what diet you're on. Your testosterone is going to be in the toilet. Vitamin D is very important, something that people neglect out there. So it's a far more complex picture. It's really nutrient deficiency. Our bodies, if they've got enough energy, doesn't matter what the energy is, and enough protein and micronutrients, which animal foods are have more bioavailable in that, everything works properly. So we've seen carnivores that basically have no problems. The majority of people that have most of these problems are people who basically are on a 70% standard diet, 70% of kibble. Not people on low carbohydrate diets, unless they are doing therapeutic levels of ketosis, very low protein, like 15% or less protein. And I turn around and say, why the fuck are you doing that? Are you stupid? Are you so brainwashed by the keto gurus who have no fucking idea? You know, you only need a therapeutic thing if you've got something like cancer, epilepsy, real reasons to take that. You know, there is no reason for the majority of society to do that. And when you basically have enough substrate and all that, your reverse T3 doesn't go up either, because it doesn't have to. You know, it's only when it's like fasting and stuff like that, or when you're calorie depriving your body in one way or another, or depriving a protein, that your reverse T3 goes up. Another way is also most animal foods have more selenium. What does selenium do? Selenium is one of those things, minerals, that actually prevents it actually lowers the reverse T3. But if you supplement with selenium and you don't get it from the food, so you're eating animal foods that are high in selenium, like eggs, like meat, like liver and all this, if you're not eating those foods that are also high in protein, that are providing enough protein to support your muscles, bones and all that, then obviously, if you basically are taking a certain level of selenium, you have the potential of basically not, mitigating the protective effect. So let's say somebody does a 15% protein, 85% keto type fat diet, not enough protein there, and then they take selenium, which actually reduces the capacity of the upregulation of, they actually temper down the upregulation of reverse T3, which is muscle sparing protection. What happens? Well, simple. You start losing muscle mass. You start wasting away. Simple. So if you really want to get rid of muscle very rapidly, you basically overload yourself in selenium and you push down your protein levels. What happens? Some of these gurus, that's what they tell you. Oh, take these micronutrients, take liver and the sort of supplements and stuff like that, which are high in selenium and all that. And then they tell you to go on a low protein diet and you get some muscle wastage. And then they blame it on some other bloody thing. And people say, oh, I can't get muscle gains on keto. Well, obviously, because you're not getting fucking enough protein. This is the fear of protein. I've shown you guys. High protein up to 70% for equivalent of 30 years. You saw the recent one. There's no issue. The only thing is your kidneys grow a bit larger to deal with it. No fucking issue. The difference is that extra protein actually provides far more support to the body. And at the same, remember what I said, as long as there's no glucose in there, your insulin to glucagon ratio, I need to do a fucking video on that just to hammer it, basically will remain at very low levels, which basically means you will not have any of these strange effects or whatever, but you'll get enough to support enough fat, enough proteins and amino acids to support all these endocrine functions and all that. And as long as you're getting out of the sun or taking vitamin D, either one, you'll be fine. It's a long-winded answer, but I need to make some videos on these things, but they are low priority because I've got other things that I'm focusing on, but they will happen at some point. I've still got my vegan the myths and falsehoods of veganism to basically do. I've got a series of videos for that. So that's, probably try and do a few this month later and then try and get a few more done next month. So I want to get a bit of a series out there, a bit of polemic for the carny community to have some information that they can use, that they can pin against, or even use for arguments in that regard. Because people constantly come and ask me, oh, Harry, what can I use to, somebody said this and this, and I give them basically a couple of links. It's out of that list of the myths and falsehoods, which I pin. And unfortunately, YouTube, each time I pin it on my discussion page, they remove it. They remove none of the others. All the others are there for months. Each time I put the myths and falsehoods, it just shows what friggin' pro-vegan YouTube is, that it basically continually removes all those, and they are really solid points covering so many aspects of the vegan diet. Well, that's why I want to make them as videos. See what happens. So I'm pushing the envelope here, obviously, but, they may remove them. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens, when I do that series on the anti-vegan series. So it'll be very interesting, to say the least. But it needs to be done. People need ammo to use against these misanthropists and all their bullshit. Sleep is for people that don't have so true, Fapnado. Yeah, look, try and get off the stuff. If you're on the stuff already, you need to taper it back. So cut it back to half the amount, and then, try and reduce it, and then eventually get into a fasted state to try and eliminate it. One thing with metformin and statins and stuff like that, you can get off them pretty fast. They're not like blood pressure meds or stuff like that, or proton pump inhibitors like PPIs and stuff like that. You need to be tapered carefully off those over time, unfortunately, because they do cause some changes in the actual way your body works. And so you need to basically taper off them in a controlled manner. But with metformin and with statins in particular, you can just get off them completely very quickly. And with metformin, you can sort of come off them a bit faster. So the quicker you get off the carbs, the faster you can come off them. You said you're at low carbing and all that. You're just using because you've got an issue with your insulin. You need to basically work out, is it food or not food related? And that will basically then help you determine the best strategy. So if it's not food related, then you don't need to go to PIM. Send me a message, an email, and tell me what exposures potentially may be in your environment. And then we'll try and work out what is causing it. Um, 1-to-1 for men, and 1.2 to 0.8 for women. So women need more fat. They've got more fat stores. Simple as that. That's an easy one. I've been saying it for ages, So men, 1-to-1. Women, so 1 gram to 1 gram. Women, 1.2 grams to 0.8 grams of protein. It is absolutely cinched, that one. Yes. Yes, she is. And Fappers, she's not into pole dancing, mate. So don't worry. Don't get your mind elsewhere. Focus somewhere else. Oh, they actually have been talking, like in Australia, they actually talked about, I'm over the limit. That was nice. All done. They did actually talk about a lot of people in Australia, in different parts, hadn't actually gone in to check. There was, how many, I can't remember, 20,000 or stuff like that. Were there people that had cancer and didn't actually go in last year because of the lockdown, and they were missed? Was it 23,000 that were missed in terms of being identified with cancers, and all sorts of things. So there's been a lot of, a lot of people are going to die for a whole lot of other reasons, both including suicide because they've lost their livelihood and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, it was a respiratory infection, other coronavirus, no different than the flu, that basically on average is taking out people in much higher age brackets. And if you've got enough vitamin D in your system and stuff like that, and things aren't as bad. Unfortunately, we've really allowed charlatans, especially, the ones out of the UK who really pushed forward a lot of this sort of agenda. Some of these people are well known to me. I've looked into them, and they are sort of veg-tarded type people. So yes, we can thank that sort of crowd. They are permeating academia and corrupting the science in a lot of fields, unfortunately. So say no more. And that's why we had this overreaction I don't blame the politicians. I blame those people who advise them for very poor advice and then not owning up to it. Yes. As I said, there's quite a lot of B vitamins that are actually affected, and a number of minerals. So you would have to take a trace mineral supplement and a lot of B vitamins. Fat-soluble vitamins aren't really affected. It's primarily the B vitamins. So thiamine, B12 is one of the other one, a critical one. But basically, if you get a B vitamin complex and a trace mineral supplement, that should pretty much cover everything, all that. There are variations I've heard in different people that are taking metformin that are causing different types of deficiency. The problem is we don't know why. Are there genetic differences that are causing them, or are they nutritional differences? That means people eating certain foods that are interacting with certain components in the foods and affecting them in certain ways. We don't know because there's no research. All we know is that they cause certain deficiencies, but we don't know exactly some of the mechanisms. You know, if you take a look at the actual document that is provided with metformin, the fine print, they actually talk about all the deficiencies that it may cause. They know it does cause, but they say may cause. That's to cover themselves legally from being sued later on. That, oh, we did warn people. Exactly. So, yeah. So actually check the thing, and that will actually tell you. And that may be because I can't remember the exact every single one of the affected. So you can get a bit of an idea from the horse's mouth, so to speak, from the actual pharmaceutical company that spells out some of the potential risks, and they will go into some of these things that can be made deficient. There is different requirements in different countries, so go online and actually look at all the deficiencies that are spelled out from their list. I think the US one is quite comprehensive compared to some of the other countries. So there are differences, unfortunately. So I think the Australian one's pretty good as well. So that's the sort of stuff you want to look at. Yep. Okay, DG, ordinary just collateral damage. Yes. There's a lot of collateral damage in the world nowadays. I've seen it on some carnivore blood tests, carnivore Kurt, and some others, just under eating. What would be the mechanism causing the rise in SHBG? I think it would all be related to very similar things, so yeah, I would say that it would be probably look, I think that basically the nutritional profile of people's diets are probably one factor, but I think there's also another factor, which is vitamin D. I've actually seen some people who are carnivores in like tropical areas and other areas who don't seem to have this issue. And it seems to be most people in more colder climates or more higher or lower latitudes. So higher latitudes and all that. So I'm really going back to the vitamin D thing that I think is probably the mechanism. Because once people get their vitamin D levels up, these things seem to be okay. And also low testosterone is endemic nowadays. And it doesn't matter what diet you're on, it's endemic. So again, I think that it's basically, I really think that it's vitamin D. The more I've looked into it for a lot of the issues, I'm fairly convinced that it's that vitamin D plays a role in this. Just going back to see whether I missed anything, so I can see the whole list. I'll be back with you in a sec. So there was 1, 2 attachments. Covered that. I just didn't want to. Okay. I thought I missed an attachment. Oh. Is that funny? Sometimes you think you see something when you didn't even really see it. I'm going, huh. And there's no deletion here. Nobody's deleted anything. Okay. One of those things in that regard. Let me just get rid of that. Yeah, sort of, I think, just, and there's, that's the study. It's vitamin D modestly tied to sex hormones in older population. Lower levels of vitamin D associated with lower levels of sex hormone binding globulin and higher levels of free testosterone. And that was in an older population. And that was... And it was basically on... I'm not sure whether it was this study or... No, it wasn't this study. Oh, God, where's the other? Association of vitamin D, sex with non-alcoholic fatty liver in men. No, it wasn't this one. Anyway, it's... I'll have to bloody find it. It's one that I basically want to do at some point a video on. But vitamin D is really at the heart of a lot of these hormonal things. Remember your immune system. Vitamin D is at the center of that as well. All the issues that people have, the modern day diseases, you know, the tight junctions that I've been talking about in all your basically mucosal layers, you know, all the actual ways things can get into your body, into your bloodstream. Vitamin D is at the heart of that as well. I would suspect if these people are having proper levels of nutrition, and then they basically checked their levels of free testosterone and vitamin D, I will bet your bottom dollar that basically vitamin D deficiency would be an issue there. And depending on what diet they are they getting enough cholesterol? Because cholesterol is really required for vitamin D and all this sort of things as well. Remember, just a small modification of cholesterol creates vitamin D. So I would basically say that would be, unless I know these people's exact vitamin D status, it could be another factor. Could be another genetic factor. It could be another biological factor. It could be something else they do. It could be something in their environment that is actually affecting them. Like they could be being exposed to, xenoestrogens at very high levels because of their work environment. No idea. There could be other factors at play that have nothing to do with diet, but other exposures. But I would bet that the majority of them would be vitamin D deficient to some extent or too low to a large extent. I just can't prove it because you'd have to go to them and actually say, go and do a vitamin D test. And some of them would tell you to take a hike. And none of your business, I'd say. And justifiably, at the end of the day, people don't need to do anything that people ask them on YouTube here. But that's why we need, I'll say beyond one thing, that is why we need proper clinical studies. I have to find that damn study that actually shows it's because that's, I'm just searching now on the interwebs, but I'm not finding anything. It's in one of my folders, but anyway, I can't remember which folder I fucking put it in. But there is specific, and that's the thing where you can see mechanism, dose dependent and stuff like that. It's a bit like the things that I've talked about the protein sort of stuff and about muscles and stuff like that, and how much the key things, phosphorus, protein, and salt, for to not go sarcopenic and all that. Same sort of things. Does Sean Baker have lower D, and that would explain his lower testosterone? Yep, I would say so. Just because you're on a carnivore diet does not guarantee high testosterone. Just because you've got cholesterol in the diet, you still need the sun to convert it. Simple as that. You're not going to get enough from the food. You'll get some, but you won't get enough. I mean, I had, Luke Gear, his levels in terms of nanograms per deciliter is up to 76. That's pretty high in that regard. So that boy is doing very well, which is 190 in the nanomoles per milliliter. 190 in the metric or European thing, 76 in the American type measurement system. So, because it's 2.5, So basically, what was Luke doing? He was getting out in the sun continuously and sunbaking and doing a lot of that and having more animal foods to increase. And his tests, all his, he feels great. He had Hashimoto's thyroiditis and really felt like in the toilet, really weak, really, all the symptoms of people. He really feels calmer in his mind, healthier, really feels much better. He just hasn't done the test because his doctor told him he won't do the test. And now he's looking for some other way to basically get the test done, because it's a bit restrictive in Brazil with, you have to go through your doctor, and I don't think you can easily change doctors. Like it's sort of, it's a bit more, I think, because they have like, what do they call I know in Greece they have like pension funds or funds, like your parents, let's say they work somewhere, they are on a pension scheme. That scheme also covers medical. So you go to a special clinic that basically is associated with that fund, and so they cover the costs for both the parents and the kids. And so I think they may have something similar like Greece has, which basically means you have to go to a specific clinic, and means that you're restricted to the people that you can see. Otherwise, you're out of pocket yourself, which is a bit of a problem for him. So he's trying to see how he can work around the system to get, which is not part of the list of things you can get, the tick off things, because they say, well, you still got the thing. We know we've done the test. We don't need to do the test because that's additional money that needs to be spent for when we know you've got the condition, which is a bit illogical because he's basically saying, I'm feeling better. I think the condition's gone away, but his doctor's sort of adamant that he might do it for the time being. So, which is crazy, I know, but but basically, like an immune problem and all that, he's better. So I think vitamin D is a big player for a lot of people who are in Europe, North America, and places like that, who are on carnivore diets and tend to have very low things. And a lot of these people aren't talking about vitamin D. I don't think it's on their radar. They're so focused on the carnivory. I don't think this is on their radar at all, which is unfortunate. Which is very important also to support your immune system, which protects you against COVID as well. Yes. You've been a busy boy. So no trashing the Euro trash. You're neglecting your troll duties. Good to hear, T1. I bet Dom's I'm happy. Dominic, yes, he's definitely happy. So is Kate. Yes. We're all cool kids. At our heart. Look, there was probably some flu around, but probably very minor because it was, when you flu is one of those things that you really need to have a lot of contact with people. So it's not as virulent as COVID. COVID is far more virulent. That's true, but it's not as deadly as we thought. That's the difference. Yes, you can basically get it much easier than the flu, but it's not as deadly. So that's sort of the difference. And it's not as it's just slightly more deadly, but it's not as, that's just due to the cytokine storm, and that's because of vitamin D deficiencies and a whole lot of other things that people have, poor immune systems, poor immune functions. But I would say that there's also been quite a few other viral colds, or like adenoviruses and other things like that have been going around as well, because they've found a bit of space to move around, those little buggers. Usually they're crowded out by the flu normally, but they have been a bit on the comeback as well. Well, I know the media call it a mutated virus. No, it's not a mutated. It's not a different strain. It's a variant. A variant means that some of the proteins have slightly altered just to make it better to bind on the ACE receptor. That's all. It's just basically binding better to basically put its cargo into the cell much better to replicate faster. That's all. So it's a bit more virulent in that regard, but that's all it is. It hasn't really radically changed in terms of risk generally to the population in that regard. So I know it's a bit of a beat up at the moment. They're calling variants as they're claiming things that are usually associated with different strains. Different strains are completely different. Different strains are a problem. It's like we've got different strains of the flu, and different ones appear every year. That's a different thing altogether. Variants are different things. Variants are just slight changes to minor changes, and compared to the flu, COVID does not mutate as much. It's very minor. It's a much more stable genome that doesn't mutate as much, which is a good thing because it's much easier to target. SARS-1 was even less mutagenic, which was also, had it spread, you would have been able to knock it out of the system with a vaccine very quickly, because simply it doesn't mutate even less than COVID-2. So these are all basically coronaviruses. They're all the same. They just have different levels of mutation that are possible, and very rarely do we see the appearance. And the majority of very lethal coronas are basically the flu ones. They are the more, like 1918. They tend to mutate much more and tend to basically can become much more dangerous. in that regard, and affect all the population, not just the old and frail, everyone, including young people. This one was even less of an issue compared to young people. It's vitamin D. It's endemic in our societies. I mean, somebody actually asked me about, and I actually mentioned in that some comment that I made about if you go to the one that I actually did recently, that I talk about some of these things in vitamin D and stuff like that. Which one was it? I'm trying to remember. Just give me a sec. That was Yep, I've actually got a vitamin D one on does vitamin D increase testosterone? I've actually got one there. Haven't you seen that one? Where have you been? Actually, I did do one that. I think that's the study. God, it's just too much stuff in my life. I can't remember half the things that I do. Have you seen this one, Bjorn? You should check this one out. So that was done on the 21st of February. Haven't you seen it? You should check that out. That was... And where was the other one? I think there was a comment on that one, wasn't there? Or was it on the... Because there was another one that I did. Is there a real vitamin D paradox in Africa? I can't remember which one there was a comment against. Let me just try and find it. There was some guy from Vietnam. No, it wasn't on that. It must have been the other one, the African one. Anyway, yeah. So basically, I think it was the one that I talk about some of the strains and all that, and the paradox in Africa and stuff like that. So I covered that slightly. Because there was an issue about people saying, somebody asked me a question about, Africa. Oh, would they have very high vitamin D status? And then I basically explained the urbanization of Africa and things that are happening in Africa that are changing and why these numbers are increasing and the reason for it. And sort of when you did the deficiencies and the different skin tones and how long they have to be out in the sun and blah, blah, blah and stuff like that, which is really important as well. Ask Blinky. He's actually an expert when it comes to trash. We should send Blinky to Eurovision. That's it. My LDL is low and my remnant cholesterol is high. Your HDL is and your remnant. You should basically be getting a higher HDL for some reason, and you probably remnant. Do you mean basically chylomicron remnant? That part are we talking about? So what are they actually measuring? Because it's usually total HDL, LDL, C, and pretty much, look, on a carnivore diet, on a keto diet, low carb diet, LDL goes up. Simple as that. It's normal. HDL also goes up. So I don't know why your HDL isn't going up. Are you getting enough fat in your diet? It could be because you've got that insulin resistance. You're not fat adapted. And that explains a lot, because usually when you're fat adapted and you will basically have higher HDL. It's normal. So it actually says to me, you should be fasting for a couple of days to basically make yourself more insulin sensitive. I would. And then your HDL will improve. Yes, that was the video that I actually put. That's how far behind I am. Fuck me. Yes. Salad Boy's going to really get it. We're going to have a bit of fun tomorrow. We need entertainment. Yes. Oh, leave Salad Boy alone. Does he sugarcoat you, Bjorn? The Randall cycle is only engaged if you're in calorie surplus, right? Yep, that is it. Yep. That's the reason why, like the guys who, like the sumo wrestlers, they eat shitloads, but they're doing a lot of physical activity. The moment they get it out of there, they become insulin resistant. It's the same thing that happened to carb loading, Tim Noakes from South Africa. Same thing. A whole lot of athletes come out of it very high carbohydrate for very long. Their bodies are so used to, and then all of a sudden, things go bad very quickly. So, and they're not aware. They don't understand that they need to transition out of that. But yeah, they get caught out. It's unfortunate. Have you seen the Messiah thin, muscular? Yes, I have. They definitely do not spend time in front of computers. Definitely not. No. I must say, I'm with Salad Boy that carbs are not the villain that low carb community makes out to be. Seed oils and the diet low in fat soluble vitamins is the main problem with the modern diet. Yes and no. Now, let me just break that down. Seed oils, definitely a problem. But PUFA from animals is not, so he's wrong on that issue. So I've covered that quite extensively. You go and check my videos. I'm not going to cover it now. And I've shown plenty of clean evidence on that. Then like the carbohydrates in their own are not villainous like glucose. Fructose is a problem, definitely. Fructose was only seasonal for about a month or 2 months or 2.5 months in the tropics, which is basically 2 seasons in total. But in the temperate climates, it's about a month and a half, very small amount of time you got fruit, and then it's gone. So fructose is a different issue. Glucose, even the body will create it if you don't eat it, but it doesn't go around creating fructose, does it? So he's completely wrong on. And when we talk about carbs, I'm talking about glucose is fine, but you don't need to eat it. The body can create it. And if you eat too much, you will basically fatten up if you're not physically active. If you eat too much, caloric surplus, which is the Randall cycle, and basically then it becomes an issue. But if you're not, I have milk and I get some carbohydrates out of that, so it's not an issue. I'm not insulin resistant. I don't have any high blood sugars or blood pressure or anything like that, so it's not a non-issue. And I've shown you the stuff anyway in the past, and my heart rate and all sorts of other bloody markers. So, but I don't think that Salad Boy's correct on the actual carbs, the sort of levels that he talks about continuously. It's not. He's wrong. So if you agree with him, you're wrong on that as well, Bjorn. Because remember, in winter, if you go back millions of years or thousands of years anyway, there would have been no sugar around in winter. And the other thing is you don't have UV to deplete deuterium. So you're actually damaging your nanomotors because you're taking in too much sugar at a time when it's not seasonal, and you will not deplete that because you don't have access to light, to UV light to deplete it, which means it will build up and it will damage your complex 5 nanomotors, ATP synthase. And over time, the more you destroy that, the more your cells will become senescent much faster, you will age faster, and you will die much quicker. So no, it's not optimal at all. I don't vilify it like other people in the low-carb community. So where I would agree, and he doesn't actually understand that anyway, he doesn't understand the Randall cycle. Salad Boy's completely ignorant about the Randall cycle. I've discussed the Randall cycle. On account of this occasion, I've actually discussed also the high carbohydrate with Pim. If you remember that video that we did about Kempner, Walter Kempner, back in the 1930s, low protein, low fat, very high carbohydrate, sugar, actually raw sugar in some cases he recommended, and people basically got healthier, but were highly potentially deficient. He knew that. You could only do it for a short amount of time. It was like an intervention, short-term intervention. He didn't understand the Randall cycle because Philip Randall didn't actually produce that until 1963. So up until that point, we had no idea about excess calories of mixed macros of energy can create this Randall cycle effect, this blockade at the cell, this insulin resistance. We had no idea about that. That's not the stuff that Salad Boy talks about. He just tells you carbs are okay. We've over-vilified them. If you go back when people were eating far less and were very physically active, probably not a problem. The problem is we don't live in that world anymore. And it's not optimal just because we did it, because the climate got warmer and the animals become leaner. So we had less fatty animals. So we had no other way but to access. It's the reason why. So no, I do very much think that carbohydrates are unnecessary and overrated. So yeah, okay, if you want puffy muscles, yep, they work because they have more water retention. That's true. If you take a look at things like North American Plain Indians and all that, they don't have puffy muscles because they're not interested in that. They were just strong men. My father had big, massive, strong muscles, but they weren't puffy. But you could touch them. It was like holding a piece of iron. That's how strong they were. So they were dense. They were dense in strength, not whole, full of food, full of water, and looking plump and big. That's okay for the stage if you're doing bodybuilding, but for health, long-term health and stuff like that, nah. Carbohydrates are not necessary. The more sugar you consume in a lifetime, the more you will damage your nanomotors going forward, the less deuterium you will deplete efficiently, and the more quicker you will age, and the more senescent your cells will become. That's the reality. I'm not claiming that glucose is toxic. No, it's essential, but at a certain amount. You don't need to eat it. Your body can create it. Fructose is definitely not essential. Neither is alcohol. And the body treats both of them as a toxin and tries to get rid of them. So I wouldn't say so. So I would completely disagree on that point. And, people are going to argue that about carbohydrates. They need to show me exact mechanisms and why they are good for you. Now, I would agree on the point that he hasn't made and you haven't made about carbohydrates and the Randall cycle and that sort of stuff. That's true. You can do a high carbohydrate or a high fat type. one is healthier than the other. One hydrates, one creates more better metabolic water. One doesn't, does the opposite. So as far as I'm concerned, mate, I would go with the low carb approach rather than the high carb approach. And the mixed approach isn't good unless you're very physically active and you can basically maintain the depletion of glycogen, and you're also disciplined enough to maintain a certain threshold. You know, bodybuilders and certain athletes can do it. The majority of the population can't. And that's why I would not recommend that sort of stuff for the majority of the population. And that's the mixed signaling that people will get out there. People out there will listen to that and go, oh, I could take a whole lot of honey. You're insulin resistant, mate. You need to basically get rid of all the carbohydrates, all the sugar alcohols, all the other stuff. Start fasting and start basically doing low carb. You're not out there to basically become an athlete, do all these sort of things. You're basically very sick. You need to basically, and the majority of the population are in that same situation. And we have to recommend things appropriately. So the low carb community is correct at promoting the type of approach as being far better, but the thing is, you can get sick on seed oils, that's true, but you won't get things like, diabetes or anything like that sort of stuff. I'll give you an example. When I turned up in hospital about a decade ago for my cardiovascular issues, my trigs weren't extremely high. My LDL was in the normal sort of range, what they consider normal. My HDL was in the sort of normalish range. I had normal blood sugars. I didn't have any of the high blood pressure or any of these things. That's why I was called by my cardiologist a 5% anomaly. That's what he called me. You're a 5% anomaly, Harry. We don't know why you're here. All your blood markers do not tell us you shouldn't be here. But, I wasn't consuming, because I don't like sweet things. I like savory things. What I was consuming is a lot of seed oils and, starchy carbohydrates. That's what I was consuming. So I was engaging the Randall cycle by eating those things, and the damaging effects of the highly oxidative and, the rancid oils and the damaging aldehydes that were ripping my lipid membranes and causing all sorts of oxidation and stuff like that. That's what was called. That's true in that regard. For specific, the majority of people out there are eating 70% carbohydrate, very little animal foods. And, it's a combination. They're engaging the Randall cycle big time. And they are highly insulin resistant, highly diabetic, and they've got a whole lot of issues. And you've got to treat them very differently. And even the people in Asia, they had a lot of physical activity and consumed carbohydrates, but they were undernourished. Most populations up until very recent, up until the 1960s, 70s, were very undernourished around the world. Our bodies are only capable of storing so much glucose and so in muscles and in the liver. And that's it. And if you're doing a lot of physical work and you're being undernourished, it's not going to be an issue because you're not engaging the Randall cycle, and you will basically utilize that energy quite well under those circumstances. But the majority of people, they're not basically working the land or working in factories doing really physically hard activities, Bjorn. You may be doing bodybuilding and stuff like that. And so it's less of an issue for you. The majority of people are not doing your lifestyle, believe me. You're less than 1%. So is Salad Boy, less than 1%. So that advice is very dangerous for the majority of people out there that are highly insulin resistant and got problems. We need to keep the message. I talked to a bodybuilder that's got serious joint pains from injecting anabolics that are suspended in seed oils, changed to carrot oils, joint pain went away. Seed oils are extremely inflammatory. They are. I don't disagree with that. But basically the Randall cycle is not engaged if you have oils. Yes, you will get inflammation. You will get, as I said, I did not have insulin resistance. I did not basically have, like diabetes or stuff like that or high blood sugars. I didn't have any of this sort of stuff, I mean, the extreme sort of things. My issue was I damaged my heart with high inflammation, highly damaged from seed oils. But other people are damaging themselves with mixed diets and all that. That's why when I went to, high fat Mediterranean, then low carb and all that, it was very easy to transition through those diets because I was just cutting out some of the excess foods and just transitioning. It was very easy. Where other people are so insulin resistant, so bad and all that, it's really hard. And that's the majority of the population, 70+% of the population. And that's who we're recommending things. People in the bodybuilding space, whether they actually produce within their own body the glucose or they consume it, it's irrelevant because they are so physically active, they're going to take up all that as glycogen. It's not an issue for them. But the majority of people are not bodybuilders, and we've got to be very careful with our message. And that's why we're criticizing, Paul, and it's not basically for his choices. If he wants to eat that way, that's fine. But, if you recommend stuff like that for the general public and not really make it clear, it's not the way to go. And people are going to be in a lot of, yep, exactly, visceral fat. Fructose drives visceral fat, and I don't care what salad boy or anybody says, it does drive visceral fat. Yes, and exactly, you should check that taking apart, I think it will be very interesting because visceral fat, glucose, you can have as much glucose as you like. It's not going to drive visceral fat. If you have excess, you'll drive subcutaneous fat. That's a different thing. But visceral fat, only fructose and alcohol can drive that. And that's quite clear. And we've got plenty of studies. Lustig has done plenty of studies on that where he gave kids, within 2 weeks, he gave them basically changed from soda drinks to like things like, like chips and stuff like that, which is a savory type, starchy food. Same calories, same sort of, isocaloric and all that. These kids reverse their insulin, their liver fat quite a bit. So within that 2-week framework. So we know it works. Glucose will not basically drive liver fat or visceral fat. It's fructose. We know it. It's always done it. It's the way we use to fatten up seasonally. So, and a lot of other animals do the same thing. So it's well known in the literature. Every single animal in nature does the same thing. Bears eat shitloads of grapes with other eating also animal foods, and they engage the Randall cycle and they put on shitloads of weight and fat. It's just the way it is, It's well known. I don't know why it's so confusing for people. I just think they just don't understand this sort of concept of the way. Maybe, I don't know, the Randall cycle hasn't been explained properly to them. I don't know. Yeah, I completely agree with Bart on that. That he is wrong. Because it's not essential. I look at the North American Plain Indians. Those guys were ripped and had big muscles and very strong and could outrun. I mean, you have to be a really strong sprinter to do that. Because basically, things like, let me put it this way, buffalo actually run faster than many of our top sprinters. These guys were, very tall, obviously, because they were between 6.5 to nearly 7 foot. They were very tall. So their strides are bigger. So they could actually get bigger speeds than some of our top athletes nowadays, which are much shorter in comparison. But these guys were strong. And you have to be very muscular to have that sort of sprint capacity, because sprinters are not like marathoners. Marathoners have got far less muscle. Sprinters have got more muscular, because they need explosive power to basically make those small distances. And there's again, you're keeping up with the buffalo, getting ahead of them. Explosive power. Where are they getting their glucose? Body's producing it, demand driven. You don't need to eat it, consume it. Most bodybuilders end up basically becoming, a lot of them, muscular fat. I see them all the time. You look at the old bodybuilders that consumed animal. And that's the other thing. Milk does have carbohydrates, but it has to go, galactose has to go through 4 enzymatic pathways, which slows down the sugar, the rate that sugar comes into the system. That's another thing I forgot about that. It does slow the whole thing down, which basically means that you're not getting sugar as fast as you would from other sources. So it's not only the quantity, but how fast it gets into the system, which is the other thing with milk. That's one factor. The second factor, which is really important, is it's a sugar like the backbone, the glycerol backbone of triglycerides. That sugar, which is in the body, is low deuterium sugar. Sugar has different levels. I mean, you can get sugar down to 140 parts per million, right up to 160 odd. So sugars can vary quite a bit, like fats can as well. Fatty acids can as well vary in terms of deuterium content. So that sort of sugar coming from an animal, that's grass, let me just point that out, grass-eating ruminant, that's where commercial milk can be a problem, because the milk product that's actually grain-fed, and a lot of the milk producers for the commercial stuff are feeding them grains, which basically means that the deuterium content of the sugar in the milk is going to be higher. That's a problem. God, it took a while for my throat to basically get dry. I've been, what is it now? 2.5 hours and 4 hours before, about 6.5 hours, more or less. I've been talking on and off today. But I would say, no, it doesn't exonerate sugar at all. And the reality is we never had that much sugar in our diet. Just think of it logically. We never had sugar, really. Winter, no. Autumn, for a small period of time. Summer, it was towards the end of summer primarily. Spring, bugger all. In spring, there's only green leafy vegetables around. That's it. So there's bugger all. So generally speaking, our bodies have had very little sugar for most of the year round before we invented agriculture. So I think we're not adapted as well. Now, we can do things like a lot of physical exercise and activities and all that to sort of deal with the glycogen, storage issues. So we don't have this overspill and then create this, the issue. But, yes. But what he's promoting is also something which is even worse than glucose, fructose. It's 7 times more glycating. So it's actually causing more glycation, advanced glycation in products. Not very good for the proteins in your body. You want to age faster? Eat more honey. It will age your proteins much faster and cause even folding issues with them. So where do I finish and where do I start? Guys, Salad Boy is completely and utterly wrong on fructose. He's right about seed oils, but he's wrong about PUFA overall, because he demonizes all PUFA in the same way. So he's completely wrong on animal PUFA and completely wrong on things like honey, high fructose type foods. So, and we know quite clearly, there's science that quite clearly shows that increases liver fat and visceral fat. He hasn't demonstrated any science that actually shows the opposite. And the only time there is studies, and that's the one like I showed, the Kempner stuff, where it's very low protein, you're not engaging the Randall cycle, you're down-regulating all the enzymatic pathways for fat burning, and you're upregulating all the sugar enzymes, But you can't do that forever. That's the vegan diet. We know where that ends, in deficiencies and all sorts of health problems. So not a solution. Yeah, you can show that sort of research and say, oh, look, Kempner showed this. Yep, I've shown it myself. That was just to explain the Randall cycle. That was pre-Randall, that how he stumbled on this sort of thing and how that affected then a lot of the people talking about, oh, sugar's okay. Yeah, as long as there's not a lot of fat and protein around, sugar's okay. But once you get more protein, I mean, you can do the potato diet and lose weight. There are a number of people do. The insulin to glucagon ratio is only 4. 4. So fairly low compared to something like in the 60s or 70s on a mixed, diet of shit in McDonald's, where you've got, you're pushing all these growth pathways and insulin resistance or whatever. But if you're not pushing the Randall cycle, engaging the Randall cycle, but you will get the deficiencies. And we see that in the vegan. So it's not sustainable. So the only sustainable stuff is a species-appropriate diet of animal foods, which humans have been doing for thousands and thousands of years. That's the only thing that's basically proven to be appropriate. Yeah, I just, for the life of me, I just don't understand. I mean, I go out with very little clothing on in winter. I don't have a problem. As long as my vitamin D levels are good and my food nutrition is good in terms of macronutrients and all that, I get quite warm. And people wonder, people know, and people that are my workplace know quite well. They could always come on and put a comment, nah, that's not the case. They know quite well that Harry just basically comes, even in winter, he fucking turns up and he's sweating. I do power walk in, but still in winter. Exactly. Even my dear Mira wraps herself around. She thinks I'm an electric blanket. So, no, definitely not any issues there. Yeah, I just, for the life of me, I don't get it. I don't know where or why he's gone down that road or what he's thinking. He's basically reductionist thinking. That's all it is. Bjorn, it's reductionist thinking. Sorry, mate, but it is. Nothing like a salad, like a salad roast. He was out of here a while ago, so you guys having conversations amongst yourselves, I see. Good to see. G'day, Bert. How's it going, mate? Morning all. The Randall cycle is, if energy is energy, if you down regular ketones, you mean, when you burn more carbs, assuming the same activity, but food combining and overeating in the West. Yep. You could probably do the same thing, if you were to take a whole lot of ketone esters and consume a whole lot of carbohydrates, you probably could you would definitely engage the Randall cycle as a consequence of that. Too many excess calories, that's the reality of that, that your body needs. So there's all those sort of issues that and the body, if it senses that there's too much, it will take some of the chylomicrons and push more of it directly into the adipose tissue and get rid of some of that inbound fat. And then if it still has too much sugar in the liver, it'll start converting it. What it does is converts it to fructose, and then from fructose converts it to fat and exports it out as triglycerides. So the body can manage energy. The liver can manage energy fairly well. in that regard. It's a question of basically how much, and does it exceed a certain threshold, and how long you persist with that activity as well. So it can make things worse. So it'd be nice. It'd be nice if I was invited. But who knows? We'll see. Fair enough. Fair enough, Rich. Go and enjoy yourself. Get some sleep. Yeah, it's probably quite late over there in New Zealand. Yes. Nighty night to Mousy. It's just, it's just basically, look, he's a regenerative farmer, and while I agree with a lot of what he says, the problem is that he's actually gone after Bart, gone after Sean, and a couple of other people in the carnivore community that basically also support regenerative farming, but, are not basically going to whack people over the head with it. And he tends to basically, if you're not supporting regenerative farming 100%, you're not my friend type attitude. So that's where all the friction has come from primarily, unfortunately. What do you do? So it's, but he could have discussed it privately with Bart, had a conversation with him, rather than making two videos, basically calling him a lapdog of, calling him a Freemason and all sorts of bloody things, which is just wrong, So, I mean, I know Bart very well, and I have had a lot of private conversations, and I can tell you he dislikes people like Freemasons and all these other sort of unsavory characters that are around the world that are trying to manipulate this, and bankers and people like that. So he's the last person who, would be supportive of these sort of groups, and to try and, it's just, me and Bart will criticize people for what they say, okay? And Bart wasn't even willing to attack at all Paul. He wanted to have a conversation with him, but as Paul basically just ignored him and basically gave him the cold shoulder, didn't want to have a discussion with him, he had decided, I've got a different opinion than you. I don't agree with you, and I don't want to have a conversation or a debate about it. So basically, Bart came over to my sort of view of thinking that this person here is damaging the carnivore community. And I said to Bart, I know Bart didn't want to go to the level. I actually sort of moved a bit faster on that, because I had no connections with Paul, so I had no loyalties there with Paul. He hadn't done me any favors. So as far as I was concerned, I didn't have to give him the courtesy. But I didn't want to actually step on Bart's toes, so I had to, sort of nudge Bart and say, look, Bart, look what he's saying. He's saying this, this, and this. This is the evidence that I've got to present. This is what he's saying. And I think I was able to, Bart saw the evidence and said, yeah, you've got compelling evidence. He doesn't. And, and because pretty much Paul gave him the cold shoulder and didn't want to have much to do with him, Bart couldn't sit on the fence and say, well, I'm not going to criticize him, because the reality is, Salad Boy was making some really, bad arguments about fructose and honey and stuff like that. And also PUFA, because PUFA is both in plants and animals. In plants, it's a problem because of the way it's industrially processed and all that. And the problem is the moment you extract PUFA from plants, they oxidize very rancidly. There's no way of actually extracting from plants oil and basically making it stable. yes, putting it in a bottle, in a dark bottle, and keeping it in a cool place, in a dark, cool place, you can slow down slightly the oxidation. It's what they do with olive oil traditionally, so to slow down and pretty much use it and don't store it for too long. But with the other rancid oils, they come out of an industrial process. They are absolutely toxic, in that regard. But even olive oil gets its rancidity and aldehydes go up in comparison to things like lard. Lard basically has even lower aldehydes than tallow. Then how can pork be bad for you then? It's also got lower deuterium levels, 115 against 124 with most tallow. Sometimes you can find tallow which is slightly lower, which is the grass-fed stuff is around the 122 mark and whatever, But generally speaking, pork is much lower at 115. Omega-3s from fish is even lower, around the 102, but the reality is you can't oxidize omega-3s. They are used as structural material and for other biological processes. So really, you want stuff to go into the mitochondria that are basically going to cause the least oxidation, the least problems in terms of deuterium. And that's pork. And he was basically berating pork heavily. And so, that was basically his problem. And that's why I showed all that science and research that basically he was wrong. I've got no disagreement with Paul on PUFA from oils. They come out of an oil refinery. They're absolutely rancid. They use all these chemical processes. It's absolutely crap. But PUFA from animals is not a problem. Actually, PUFA from animals actually oxidizes very well in our mitochondria, really well. The problem is the rancid oils, they don't. They create a lot of reactivity and a lot of damage to the actual membranes of the folds in the actual mitochondria. They can actually damage those, and that's the problem. Then the extra neutrons that are not depleted from they can actually cause other issues as well. So that's what it is, So, and that's why I argued that point, and I can argue it from a mitochondrial side, from a general, from a rancidity side, from an aldehyde side in terms of fats. I mean, pork fat is even less, produces less aldehydes than tallow. Very small. Well, I mean, the difference is minor, but still does. And lower deuterium. And most longevity populations like the Okinawans, the Koreans, the Sardinians consume a lot of pork and have used lard for years, like my great-grandfather, my father in the villages. And they lived in the centenarian age brackets. So I can't basically reconcile all that edifice with basically what Paul's saying. He's just looking at rat studies that are eating PUFA from vegetable oils and trying to argue that, well, my grandfathers and great-grandfathers and all that, and a whole lot of other longevity populations that eat massive amounts of pork, for some reason. I mean, even the I showed which one was the one that I did in the US, that was the 1950s and the birth of the fast food industry. Remember when I did that about pork, the porkopolis, in the Midwest, and how basically, the easiest thing was, it wasn't beef or tallow. It was basically lard and pork. which primarily was consumed in those days. Why? And Americans are a very healthy population, I can tell you, one of the healthiest populations in the world. So and they were still consuming a mixed diet with physical activity. And so how come the PUFA then wasn't causing any issues from the pork and the eggs and the goose type foods and all that, the bird types, which are all high in basically animal PUFA? They weren't, because they weren't rancid and damaged and stuff like that. They didn't come out of an industrial system. They were animal ones, and we've been consuming them for a very, very long time. Even chimps hunt small piglets. So we've got millions of years of adaptation. And Paul's trying to convince me that all of a sudden in the 21st century, all these foods have become dangerous to humans. What a load of bullshit. Absolute bullshit. You can stick his rat up his ass. He's just talking shit. It's just basically Ray Pete nonsense. He's had his mind poisoned with Ray Pete nonsense, and basically that's why he's got that sugar component, and that's why he's so hostile to all PUFA. Absolutely, crack pottery of the highest order. That's all I can say. Anyway, I've spent far too much. Bart will be doing the honours tomorrow. We'll move on. Ken Berry said to eat plenty of fatty meat. Yes, very nice. Very right. Oh, well, he is sometimes. Yes, that's true. Thank you, Don. Yes, he is. Unlike that Harry bloke. He ought to have been cursing and swearing and all sorts of things. Yes. Okay. Have they? Oh, okay. I'm not sure about I don't know I think the doses of the ivermectin in the animals, DJ Projectus, I think it's different. You've got to be very careful because it also has a bit of bioaccumulation. So you're supposed to take 3 grams the first day. The third day, you're supposed to take basically another 3 grams. Then if you're not feeling that good on the 6th day, you take another 3 grams. And then on the 8th day, so you miss a day, and then on the 8th day, you take another 3 grams. So you've got to be very careful with it because of the way it bioaccumulates, and also the clearance is slightly different between people because of the way it's dealt with by the liver. There are variations in how it sort of metabolites, how they detoxed. So, yeah, there's some very rare sort of conditions, but most people that have those conditions know from childbirth, so the doctor will tell them, so it's not an issue. For the majority, if you've never been told, it will just be basically making sure that if you do have access to that sort of stuff, doing it that way. It seems to be very quick, very good at bringing it under control. The problem is sourcing it into some countries, especially like countries like Australia, can be a fucking nightmare. I've tried, and I used a number of websites, and when I did try, they said, sorry, we can't process this because Australian government put a block on the damn thing, so I couldn't actually do the transaction, the online transaction, so they would not process my credit card, so I couldn't do anything. So I tried to get it, but I wasn't able to get it. So I'm just sticking to the vitamin D and the ionophores and the quercetin and the zinc and stuff like that. So it would be nice to have that. It's just an extra bit of ammo, but what do you do? So unfortunately, it's okay, Christina. Go and enjoy get a bit of coffee into you. I haven't seen his vitamin D, so I don't know what it is. And I don't think he's done any testosterone stuff in recent times anyway. I think somebody said that he had done more recent stuff and it was much higher than what it was in the past. But I don't know because I haven't been following it. So, but I know back then in the days it was much lower. Back in the old days when he did some of those tests that he did he was much lower. But I don't know currently what because I haven't seen any of his stuff. I think the last thing that I actually saw of his was, what was it? I think the CAC score of 0 was that. Yeah, I haven't really seen any, probably I don't pay it enough attention. Even though I do get stuff from him like notification, I don't necessarily watch everything. I look at the title and then go, yep, because it's just having the time to watch everything with every other thing that I do. So, yeah. Oops, I just, for some reason, I just lost my spot. Where was I? Oh, God, this is... trying to find my spot. Sorry, guys, I sort of... Damn, I hate when that happens. Where was I? Give me a sec. Just bear with me for a second till I find that spot. I don't know what happened. I think StreamYard just jumped and literally just screwed me completely. So I lost my spot. Anyway, I can't do much about it. I'll just flow through some of this stuff. Well, Google deleted my comment. Oh, did it? Oh, God. What's new? Different day. It's crazy. In that regard. Yeah, I think I've lost if I've gone past in that. Learn from the Tassie trash himself. Yes, you're right. Roy's much better for you, isn't he? Yes. So I don't, I've just lost the other one. So if anybody sort of, in that regard. Oh, must be anti-fat shaming. Maybe that's why it actually pigs like fatter people and all that. Yeah, maybe that's why it actually, it's so woke nowadays, is probably the reason why. Yeah, one of those things. What do you do? Pigs hate speech. Pigs fat hate speech, probably. Knowing Google, nothing would surprise me. Nothing would surprise me at all. Yeah, you can actually put dots or spaces to basically prevent. Yeah, that's right. It's ridiculous what we have to do sometimes. It's just absolutely, crazy. But this is the weird world we live in, unfortunately. But yes, pig farts is not deleted. Well, there you go. See, pigs farting is a non-issue. Bart was looking for the study you mentioned that shows fructose is 7 times more glycating than glucose, Harry. I've got it somewhere. It's basically a study that Lustig actually talked about ages ago. So that was God. That was about a decade ago, where on either 9 or 10 years ago when Lustig, and I think he was in New York at the time, that he actually did like a talk, and he talked about exactly this glycating, and he showed the actual study, and it was a blue background, and it was just little text on the bottom, so you'd have to zoom in to get the actual which study it was, the number. So yes. Leave my nanomotors alone, Harry. Not me, mate. It's the sugar you're taking that's actually you should be talking to. Bad sugar. Leave my nanomotors alone. I'm trying to help you and protect you from salad boy advice. Yes, poor salad boy. My point was just that blaming everything on carbs is a bit reductionist. I'm not saying carbs is optimal. That's true. I'll agree with you on that. That it's not the devil incarnate, no, in that regard. And I would specifically say when I'm saying carbs, I would say glucose. I would be specific on that, glucose. I don't use the word carb. I use the word glucose because the problem with carbs is a very open-ended. Fiber is a carb. Now, fiber can be very damaging to the gut lining if too much. Not a good thing. Fructose is a carbohydrate. That can be very much pushing up visceral fat. Not a good thing. Glucose, on the other hand, or galactose, which is even slower in getting in because it has to go through 4 enzymatic pathways to be converted back to glucose, is the least egregious and much lower in deuterium as well. So it ticks a lot of boxes, so to speak, in that regard. So but at the same time, it is the Randall cycle. Yes, it is definitely the Randall cycle. So can you lose weight short term without massive deficiencies? Yep, you can. Many vegans have done that. We've seen them do it on a fruitarian diet, losing plenty of weight and all that. But it's not optimal and it's not sustainable. But yes, you can lose weight. Is it healthy? No, because it adds a lot of deuterium. So when these people come off a vegan diet, I have some of them that turn up to my doorstep and actually send me emails saying, I can't get my energy up because they're fucking damaged for so much sugar and so much deuterium. They've damaged because these are not people that are like our ancestors that were outdoors, or even the people back in Walter Kempner's time in the 1930s when he did the diet for 1 year. They did it, and these people were outdoorsy people that got outdoors and got vitamin D. They didn't slap on any creams to reduce their vitamin D levels. And also, they didn't actually avoid the sun, the UV, which depletes deuterium. So they had less problems in that regard in terms of deficiencies. But Kempner basically got them back on meat and a number of vitamin supplements and stuff like that to get their levels up again at the end. So he basically saw it as an intervention diet for a specific type of kidney disease. But now we know that a keto diet will do exactly the same thing again, because you're not engaging the Randall cycle. Same thing. You're not pushing up all these growth pathways to higher levels. And it actually even does it better because the insulin to glucagon ratio on a pure sugar diet is 4. On a keto diet, it's basically, especially one which has got a bit more protein, 1.3. Way lower, much lower, less problematic, even better, superior in terms of not pushing up growth factors like mTOR, IGF-1 and stuff, and the list goes on, let alone a whole lot of other inflammatory ones. So it's superior. Yes, they both lose weight. They both can actually lower those growth pathways. And so they can clear out a lot of tissue and fibrotic stuff and all that over a year. And that's what Kempner actually showed. But at the end of the day, it's, as you said, not optimal, and it's not. And that's even Kempner understood that. But I do agree with the reductionist view where if you ask a low carber or a keto person, will a low fat, high sugar diet, can you lose weight? They'll say no, and that's wrong because they don't understand the Randall cycle. But it's not a diet you can actually do, but it doesn't justify what a mixed diet, which is what Salad Boy promotes. So he's being reductionist. He's picking and choosing what suits him, if you understand what I mean. Pardon the punt. Who knows? Who knows? Yes, all sorts of possibilities. The possibilities are absolutely endless. Yes, exactly. Once you're metabolically deranged, definitely it is the villain incarnate. That's true. Yes, because basically by then you've damaged your pancreas sufficiently that basically you can't regulate, even on a high sugar diet and low fat and all that. It can be very problematic. And we see that. We see that with carb loading and very low fat and very low. People like Tim Noakes and stuff like that have had, they tried to cut back on the sugar, on the fat and animal protein and going very low. And all they did was they did more damage to their pancreas. Because once the pancreas is quite damaged, it doesn't work anymore. Yes, it works as an intervention. It works with the vegans that they become, Kempner realized that it worked as a short-term thing, but it's not a long-term solution or a long-term lifestyle. So why do it? Yes, it works, but creates deficiencies. It does all sorts of derangements in the long run and creates other problems. So why bother? It's not species appropriate because the N15 data quite clearly shows that it's not species appropriate. So you just have to take a look. They give bananas to basically chimps, and they age much faster than their wild sort. Why? Again, they're even worse at dealing with sugar because they just ate low carb green leafy vegetables and converted it to butyrate for that extra starvation source of energy. They're not designed to basically eat fruit. They eat the fruit, the other animals that eat fruit, but they don't eat fruit themselves. They go hunting. Yes, very much good hunters. And when they're in the savannah, if you've seen my savannah video that I actually did, what do? They start changing their behavior. They're more collaborative. Their nastiness goes down. They're more cooperative and help each other, very much like humans found themselves in savannas. What else do? They go into caves like early humans did. They make spears. Fuck. It's like it's programmed, These are the options that are available in that constricted environment, forcing you to take these pathways. It's like, yes, they are playing out the same thing that we played out a long time ago when we found ourselves in early hominins in the savannah. Yes. I'll be doing a video on that. So that is a long, and I have to show little images and stuff like that to explain it, how it works, because it has to do with photons and frequencies and all this sort of stuff and whatever, both providing energy and also for the depletion. So that's a long conversation that needs an absolute video of its own. It is coming in this year. I've got many other things. Look, if you feel good, you're quite physically active. I mean, you're bodybuilding and stuff like that. So it's going to be less of an issue, Bjorn, in that regard. But, you're less than 1% of the population. And, I'm in a similar boat. I'm like the Messiah. I consume this, but, I lift some weights at the same time. because I want to make sure that this goes into glycogen. So I do the same sort of thing. But the majority of people are not going to do that. The majority of people are highly insulin resistant. They've got shitloads of problems, and we have to cater for the majority, and that's what I do, because they're not like us doing this sort of stuff. They're doing other things, and that's the reality. I can actually. They do come through to StreamYard in that regard, as long as they actually come through before, because StreamYard goes through cycles. So if Google or YouTube take it out before, in that regard, because it goes through a cycle, I have to wait for a couple of minutes. So in those minutes, they take it out. No, it won't come through. So, yeah, but it sometimes comes rarely through. And somebody just goes, oh, I got rid of that. Or they deleted themselves, or YouTube deleted them. They said, oh, how did that come up? And that's a rare thing, because by the time refreshes, I don't know about the other one, Restream, the other one that I use, the service. That would be interesting, because that one doesn't actually have an auto update on its thing. So it actually just moves through and allows me to basically move through. The only thing I find a bit fickly with that is my mouse. I tend to basically, if I roll over the actual mouse, the wheel on it, I can actually make it move really substantially. So where StreamYard will actually just move very slowly when I do that. And so, it's only the refresh that pushes it. In the other one, it really just, goes quite a bit different. I'm going, oh shit, I've really moved quite a bit of a distance. And if I've forgotten to select and have something on screen, I don't know where I'm at. So it's and the other thing is, it highlights in a funny way. You can't actually see the highlighted stuff. So it actually, when I highlighted in this, I can still see it. So I can actually, quite clearly see it. So it does they both have some good features and some bad features, which, in the way it operates and also how they refresh and connect with YouTube in that regard. So, and I'll tell you one thing, if it was on YouTube, because they've got their own stream, proprietary stream, you'd see nothing, because it would go, because they'd connected, at least with this one. If it comes through, it's held to a certain thing. I think a few active people like minimal carbs to balance their electrolytes more easily. Not optimal, but more like a tool. Sort of, not really. I mean, if you get... I think the biggest mistake that a lot of people do is if you're not fat adapted, that's when the problem lies. That a lot of people come into the carnivore diet not fat adapted. So I sort of think that it's much better to do like a keto. Once you've done a keto, you can shift. I mean, I can basically have some carbohydrates and then I won't feel hungry. Because I'm fat adapted, I can switch between the two fuels very easily without having that hunger at all. I don't get it. But before I used to, and most people do. And that will give away that you basically are not fat adapted, and a lot of people aren't. And that's why they have these sort of high sugar, high insulin, or all these sort of strange sort of things. And that's why I say, go back to doing a bit more hardcore keto or some long fasting to bring down your insulin, normalize all those sort of factors, and then shift back to a bit more protein, to a bit, but I would down the protein down to 20%, up the fat to 80%, and do that for a period of time to really force the fat adaptation, and then I would bring the protein back. And I would include certain fasting protocol, and then go, as I come out of the fasting protocol, I would go into like a bone broth and stuff like that, and then I would just go into this higher fat type for a couple of months to really make my body very fat adapted. See, I did multiple months of keto, very high, even therapeutic levels of keto, which wasn't a good thing because I felt absolutely cold as. and my hair thinned out as well. So, but I was on something like 12 to 15, or not even 15, slightly below 15% protein. Those were the days, yes, when we believed all that. So, but now that we know that insulin to glucagon makes no difference, whether you're 10% protein, 20, 30% protein, makes no difference. If there is no sugar in there and you're fat adapted, your insulin to glucagon is going to be around the 1.3. It may go slightly up, but it's not even going to get close to 4 where pure glucose is. So it's a non-issue. This is why people can be non-ketotic. That means they can swing in and out of ketosis very easily on a carnivore diet, eating a lot of protein, and don't have any of these glycemic shocks or whatever because they're fat adapted. The fat adaptation is the thing. The problem is people have been eating carbs for most of their life. They are not adapted, and it takes time. And nobody's willing to commit to something like 6 or 12 months of pure hardcore keto to fix that problem, that fat adaptation. And that's where people have all these lingering issues of, these cravings and all that. They just unresolved continuously, again, because at the end of the day you really have to. I was lucky that I did go through keto. Most people come from a sad diet to a carnivore diet, or come from different types of diet to a and they haven't had that like hardcore keto, hardcore adaptation, of fat adaptation. You would have had that normally because you would have been born as a child, you would have been breastfed, there would have been no kibble or anything like that, you would have been just breastfed, and you would have been in a state of ketosis at birth for quite some months, and at that point you would then transition to animal foods, and you would basically still have that low insulin to glucagon levels right through most of your life. And because you would have that, you would be very highly insulin sensitive, very, very well regulated glucagon to insulin ratios. You wouldn't have this derangement. We have a lot of people that come eventually to our diet have got, pancreatic issues, derangements. They may have certain insufficiency, and it may not even be in terms of insulin, but also glucagon, So there could still be underlying issues there with their pancreas, So this is the reason why I have that protocol. I don't and about taurine. Most of my followers are middle-aged, and so they've got a lot of fibrotic tissue in a lot of their body. And because I've got a lot of fibrotic tissue throughout their whole body, that is why basically taurine is so important. It clears out that fibrotic tissue. You've got to get it out. You've got to clear out the body of all that crap and all that, that built up junk that's in there. You've got to break it up and methylate it out and clear it out and all that. And taurine plays a big role. And the older you get, the less biosynthesis you do of it, which is another problem, So, you've already come to middle age with a lot of damage. And then at the same time, your body is letting you down by not producing enough. And that's why I put people on these taurine supplements. It's not accidental. I do it deliberately. I've got my reasons for it, because I know that taurine will basically get rid of a lot of fibrotic tissue in your lungs, in your liver, in your heart, like me for my heart, and lungs, in other people, their kidneys and all sorts of things. It clears a lot of that shit out, and really improves their functioning. And once the functioning works, these systems work better. It's actually even easier to adapt to become insulin sensitive, and a lot of things to start working properly again. And also, not having, people are constantly complaining about electrolyte issues constantly. I've done fucking a whole lot of videos about electrolytes and how much you really excrete. And I just still, for the life of me, and I think it's still an underlying derangement that hasn't been resolved. People need to fix their underlying issues. That's the problem. And it will take time for people to really fix all those issues. People have to be patient. If you've come with a lot of derangements, you need to fix it. And, if you got one take-home message from me is clean your diet, and 2 things add to your diet. Whether it comes from the sun or a supplement is vitamin D, and the other one is basically taurine. I can't emphasize enough for middle-aged people and older, those 2 things are so damn important for you. The rest you'll get from the food to some extent, but those 2 are the ones that you need to get from the sun, and which is hard sometimes. And the other one is you're fighting your own body that's actually producing less of it. So yeah, it's a bit of a bug in that regard. Look, exactly. Younger people, I look at young people that basically, like my mate Sean, his son, he's in the police force now, and basically he eats, he loves steaks and stuff like that. He eats with us steak, but he eats a lot of other refined stuff. And he says, it doesn't affect me because I'm physically active. He goes to the gym and all that, so it affects you less. I was quite, I was lean and I was eating, that sort of food. It wasn't bloody affecting me. But when you consume a lot of that food, it catches up. What it's called is damaged mitochondria over time. All that deuterium that you're getting from all these foods are damaging your mitochondria, zapping your energy. By the time you get to middle age, you feel, I don't have a lot of energy. My metabolism is low. I can't shift this weight. I can't do this. You got a lot of damage. That's why. So, I tried the keto diet and the carnivore diet. Doesn't seem to be working as well. It seems to be working for these younger people. Yeah, because you've still got a lot of damage that you haven't resolved and fixed. Exactly. There is different crowds, completely different crowds out there. So, I've got a lot of young people like Bjorn and many others, like Luke and many others, and they have different issues that they're, grappling with, whether it's basically to improve their bodybuilding and get more muscular and stuff like that. And I do encourage in them to basically add some cleaner carbs, like from animal sources, like dairy, eggs. You get some from that, but primarily dairy, combining it with eggs for the anabolic effect and with more muscle for muscle protein synthesis. And they tend to be also lower in deuterium compared to, the grains and, and all the other stuff. So I usually direct them to those old bodybuilding methods and stuff like that and approaches. And that's good. I'm not against that sort of stuff. But the majority of the population is vastly far away from that, and they are consuming highly rancid oils, highly refined carbohydrates that are giving them, like the rancid oils, 40% of their diet is coming from, to give you an example, so let me just share, so let's just look at some of this sort of stuff to just give you an idea. Now, out of the calories, we'll just do it, the 2000, the basic stuff that people are saying. Now, 40% of that is coming from basically, I won't do it, I was just doing the percentages. 40% is coming from seed oils in the diet. Then you've got about, and that's the calories. So in terms of, I better do it in quantities now. Yeah. So that was 800 divided by 9, which is approximate. It's 9.1 to be exactly. Let's say it's about 90 grams in that regard. And you would basically get, people are probably eating about 70% of their calories from, carbs. So they're sort of kibble. So the actual, that portion, I I'm doing it the wrong way, aren't I? Hold on. One's calories and one's grams. That's right. Let's just do it for the 2000. Look, we'll just basically I'll do it on a half to half. Let's say 1,000. I'm going to be very rough about this because I'd have to go out and look at the statistics and then break down every single part, which is complicated. So let's just say 50 grand, half of the percent. So which would basically be 250. Then I know it's about 40% of calories, which is the 800. 250, and the remainder is about 10, because most people are on 10 or 12. They're very low protein, the majority of people, but that's not actually calories in a sense. But anyway, we'll put that in. So we've got 40, 250, and 90. So the 90 is about times, 90 plus 10 plus the 90 plus the 40 plus the 250. Okay, 380. So we've got the 380 now. The 2. I need to open up another one here. These are all rough. So the 250 have got 100, on average, 145 to 140. Oh, I'm just going to go to the low numbers. 145 parts per million. Okay. So that is divided by 380. So that's about 67% of that. Okay, so we've got that as that proportion. So 90 is 255 for seed oils. Hold on. I'm doing it wrong, aren't I? I've fucked up somehow. I've done it. I've completely fucked it up. But look, if we were doing it basically for about 40% of the calories, it's about, let's just say, we'll do it roughly 255. I will basically bring it down to 200. Okay, that will include both the protein and the fat. Okay, so around about 200 parts per million. So plus the 145, and the protein is about so I've actually included the protein, which is only 140, and I've taken the other part out. So if we divide that by no, that's not going to work. It's not going to work. No, do it half. I'll do it half. Plus, let's just treat it as being half and half, and then divided by 2. Divided by 2 is 172 parts per million. I think I calculated the same the last time. It was about 180, but I could be wrong. So as you can see, if you're having a lot of refined seed oils, which are 255 parts per million, nearly 40% of your calories are coming from that. Protein is about 140 odd, and carbohydrates are 145 to 155. And I've gone conservatively to 145, and seed oils, I've brought them down and to even less than that, 200, just to sort of look at the other part. And then we go halves, just because we don't actually we don't oxidize protein, so it's basically the sugar and the fat that's really there. That's what we should have really looked at. So just putting it that plus we're gonna treat it as 40 and 40 out of that. Then there's the 20, which is 140 of that, which is, let's say, 70. So plus the 70 plus the 145 for the kibble. And then we divide that by 2. As you can see, it's 235. It's way, way above what you would get from, an animal-based diet. So obviously you do have the UV depleting some of this. It's not going to be this high. This is what you may get in a diet, and this is probably conservatively compared to what people are eating in terms of deuterium. So when I do the video, I'll explain it this properly. At the moment, I'm just not thinking straight. The numbers I need to do it in a proper spreadsheet to basically cover exactly all the foods that you're most likely be eating, that what the government statistics say, so many of these foods, so many of those foods, and that's what we're going to use, the average for the population, so we get the stuff right. And the deuterium levels tend to be very high, even when that's pre-UV. So once you add UV, obviously it's going to drop below 200. But remember what I said, the safe zone is below 130. You get it? It's below 130. That's where the safe zone is, below 130. That's olive oil, 130 parts per million. So if you're having 1-to-1, let's say pork, Salad Boy loves pork. I'm being facetious. Now, the fat in that is 115, plus the protein is much lower than even beef, and that tends to be around the 130, 38, I think it is. This is a 1-to-1 ratio. I tend to have a bit more fat, but that's me. That's that amount. Divide that by 2 is 126. I'm in the sweet zone, 126.5. And usually I have a bit more fat than that. Plus there's deuterium depletion because I'm out in the sun. So where do you think that level's going to go? Probably even lower, down to the low, 100s, because you're going to get at least 20 to about 30. I think that's about 30 odd % depletion. So times about 70. That's where my deuterium levels would be on eating pork every day. Way, way low. Add the milk, a glass of milk will push it a bit higher, but into the 90s. That's the difference between somebody who's over the safe zone, eating kibble and all that, and highly damaged. When they're young, yeah, they can get away with a lot. Zombie mukbang, they can get away with shitloads. I should have put the cursor over you when I was discussing all this. They can get away with a lot because they can, they're out in the sun much more than older people. They deplete a bit more, but also they've got density. When you're born, you've got the biggest density and mitochondrial density of all time. And as you go in life, you get more damaged nanomotors as you move along. And as the cells are less able to produce sufficient energy through oxidative phosphorylation, what happens is they turn senescent. CD38 gets increased. Niacin, NAD plus gets degraded. Why? Because it's a protective mechanism. You don't want more energy being pushed. You don't want these systems that are senescent, the cells, being pushed to create more activity or growth pathways because they are damaged, the senescent. So you can see this is what we're doing over time. We're creating more cells that are damaged more rapidly when we add more of this stuff in there, because at the mitochondrial level, we're depriving our ability for the cells to generate sufficient energy to maintain the health of the cell. So the cell becomes older quicker. with the more deuterium that is in there and the less sunlight we see, because we're office workers nowadays. So you can see how eventually, while you're young, you can get away with a lot. But I tell you, once you get older, middle-aged like me and all that, it will start counting. And you will basically be losing in the long run. Let's put it that way. And that's why a species-appropriate diet is superior and always will be. And remember, what is the level? Remember, seed oils are 255 parts per million. What's honey? 200. Very high. Actually, the bees detect the honey based on deuterium. They actually send out waves of sound waves to actually detect the deuterium level, because they want high deuterium, because it's a growth factor for their beehives. Do you want to put massive levels of growth factor into you? Because that's what you're doing. So it's very funny. So I mean, I know that's not the way I actually want to represent that, because it's a proper video that I want to do to actually pull down and do the average of what people eat and show that properly. So I really fucked it up a bit there, but at least I could, with the one food, which is the pork steak, I could do the 1-to-1 and give you that and give you the half. Because if I'm just having a steak of pork, basically you 1-to-1. So 1 gram of pork, 1 gram protein, and 1 gram of fat. I could do a 1-to-1, 50% and divide it. Obviously, you have to do proper statistical breakdown and all that if you're doing basically something like looking at the general average diet of people. So I couldn't do that today because it's just too complicated. Okay, so it looked messy, sorry, but I could do the more simple one about one single food, which was a pork steak. Okay, it was just for illustration purposes. Okay, it wasn't very accurate, the first part. The second part was more accurate. The first part wasn't, but it was for illustration purposes only. Okay, to give you an idea why I and about deuterium, because the quicker you reduce the energy capacity of your cells by damaging those mitochondria, the less capacity you'll have to heal your body and repair that tissue. And the quicker you'll age and the quicker you'll die. It's simple as that. So, and it'll be much harder to basically repair a lot of damage. Not easy. I mean, you can take Serol products and some of the other hacks that I'm going to give you in the long run, how to basically deal with senescent cells. But, it takes a lot of money to repair the damage, and takes a lot of money and time to reverse a lot of that. Unfortunately, there's no silver bullet, guys. There's absolutely no silver bullet. Little hot biohacks and stuff like that. And that is why I keep most of these low deuterium. I stick to majority of time, and I keep my cheating down to 1 day a week. And and even that, I've downloaded now the recipe for making carnival ice cream, and I'm going to get rid of it's just going to be basically eggs and cream and nothing else. And I'm going to start making my own. I need to do a bit of a trial run next week and try and get my own ice cream, and then go from there. I need to go down to City Organic as well to get some basically, some vanilla type, the real vanilla, which is in the, so you can take a bit out and put it in and mix it up and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, okay, it's got a bit of oxalate, who cares? So little, it's insignificant. But the thing is, these are the sort of things that I try and explain about try to nuance this sort of stuff. As I said, I've got over 100 videos to make. My list grows and grows and grows. I've got so much shit to do. There's a lot of information I want to pass on to you guys. When I don't know how long in the distant future I'm going to keep this site going, this channel. hope to keep it going for a very long time because I've got so much to say and so much to tell about so many subject matters. I hope I've got enough of a lifetime to basically say it all. That's what I hope, because there's just so much information. There's just shitloads. I mean, I'd like to regurgitate it all out, but it's so much and some of it's so complicated, and I always struggle how to make it as digestible as possible for the majority of people. I know some people that are friends of mine have come onto my channel and sort of listened to some of the stuff I've said, and it's gone over their head, and they're going, "Oh fuck, Harry, I'll subscribe to you, but I'm not going to follow you. It's just too complicated. I don't understand it." And I understand that, and I sometimes struggle with myself trying to make it easy. I sometimes will do a video and go, "Ugh, I don't think people are going to fully understand that." And then I rewrite it in a sense to get rid of all the sciencey terms. I try to eliminate as much of the sciencey terms as possible and keep it as plain English as possible. Because none of you guys want to become biochemists or biophysicists, all of that. You just want to know how it fucking works. That's all. You don't need to learn the terminologies and all that. You're not basically going to go and do a master's in, biochemistry or stuff like that. You just want to know how it works so you can actually improve your health. And that's the sort of stuff but it takes time to put all this together. It's, I thought it was going to be much easier. And the more because I don't say things without evidencing things. The problem is when you have to evidence things, you have to do the research, and then you have to basically show people exactly and read through and actually demonstrate and show them that sort of stuff. That's very time consuming, guys, unfortunately. I'm in two frames of mind. On the one hand, I feel as an empiricist, I feel compelled to basically demonstrate proof. On the other hand, as a human, I feel like I should jettison, I know the stuff, I've read it, and just basically say to people, this is what it is, and go and do your own research. And both points are probably valid, but I'm conflicted and really cut, and sometimes I wonder how useful I am to the rest of you guys, sometimes. Anyway, that's me. Let's move on. Anyway, so putting out fruit into the sun or under UV lamps would be a valid anti-aging strategy. No. It would degrade very rapidly, that sort of stuff. You'd get very smelly fruit or very rancid fruit, very bad fruit. It wouldn't smell or taste very well. No. That's only our body can deplete the deuterium in the fruit. The fruit is the worst carbohydrate. Actually, it's the worst. All fructose has the highest concentration of deuterium, the highest. That's what's the worst. Simple as that. Glucose doesn't have as high deuterium levels. It's fructose, and fruit is the worst of the worst. But it's good for fattening up, and animals use it. Bears can sit down and have a session of 10,000 grapes and eat some animal foods and fatten up for the winter. There's some fish in the Amazon when it'll come up and actually eat the fruit as the Amazon sort of basin floods, and it will come in, and there's a number of, not only one fish, there's a couple of fish that do the same thing and fatten up, and they go from this size to this massive size. So yeah, they use fructose to as a growth factor to become very fat and stuff like that. They don't have longevity because they're actually inducing a lot of these pathways, but and they have a much higher metabolism than us. And it's the same thing with rats. They have an incredibly high metabolism. That's why we use them as experimental animals. but they don't only last for about 2 odd years. So yes, I wouldn't go by that sort of stuff, but anybody can make any reductionist argument from all that stuff, but but I view carbohydrates from a deuterium point of view, not from a basically like the keto people say, oh, carbs will make you fat. Only when you're deranged is that a problem. That means when you're insulin resistant, you're deranged, yep, then you really need to lower the carbs. And there is part of that Randall cycle thing is also deuterium based. It's a much more complex story explaining deuterium relations in relation to basically the Randall cycle. That's for another day. That's a big rabbit hole. Yeah, I can see if you personally delete one, like if you delete one, I can see it on this end. But if YouTube deletes it before StreamYard updates, because StreamYard has a funny thing that it goes, grabs the latest and then brings them across and then updates. And then that's why it rolls that auto roll, which is annoying. So it's just one of those damn things. You can't do much about it. Just a thing that happens. Yep, we've pretty much covered that. Yeah, look, nobody understands the Randall cycle, and also people that are very physically active as young people. I mean, I used to consume some carbs as a youngster, but I was very physically active, and you can see my rib cage. I didn't consume as much as young people nowadays consume. That's why I was actually far more ripped than young people are today. But at the same time, you can tolerate it, and you can actually oxidize much better. But it all catches up to you in the end. So ultimately is mitochondrial damage, and which is part of, and more senescence, which is part of that slowing down in capacity to basically oxidize the stuff coming in. So yeah, really. So Google moderators have deleted your comment means nobody sees your comments. Exactly. If they do, yeah, if they do, because it will not update. I remember one case where it did, but that was where StreamYard had updated before Google had actually removed the comment. And that was a rare thing because StreamYard takes a while. One thing I haven't checked is the Restream, the other service. That's going to be interesting. I'll have to actually look at that, Dom. Keep a bit of an eye on and see, does it actually do it? Because it seems to refresh differently. So interesting to see on that. Curiosity, really. It's not any any of importance in terms of change and stuff like that and all that. That was one that I actually talked about earlier about the seed oil stuff and all that. And how bad they are. We're all in agreements with that, which is good. Heart rate variability, a good indicator of heart health. What do you think? It is a bit. It basically means where I think it is when in the early days, I noticed my heart rate variability wasn't as good. The less fibrotic tissue it had and the heart functioned better, it seemed that basically I have much better heart variability now, I mean, I could do like intense exercise and go, like over 100, and then within a couple of minutes, I'm back down to about, 50 odd. So, my body can really do that sort of, which is really great, but so it's actually radically changed where before that didn't happen. If I did intense, it would still stay up quite elevated for quite some time and come down very slowly, my heart rate. So, yeah. So it is an indicator of the heart health. That means the ability to respond and work very hard, and then basically relax, and work to a lower level, to the level that it requires just to keep everything else going when you're in a relaxed mode. And that's what it's supposed to do. So, but if it has a lot of fibrotic tissue, and sometimes also due to some abnormal sort of restructuring of the heart, can actually have an effect. You will get some of these strange effects of very low levels that also can appear as well with athletes that basically do like marathons, and they tend to have like left ventricular issues and stuff like that. There's all sorts of conditions, because you can actually get the other side of things when people have certain health issues where they can have certain abnormalities with the right ventricular. So stuff like that. The great thing about taurine is that it basically gets rid of a lot of that fibrotic tissue, and it also inhibits. The word is inhibit. Let me say it again. Inhibits heart remodeling. Very important. That means it keeps the heart the way it's supposed to be. The way you were born, with a heart that actually has a certain structure, a certain chambers, and in a certain proportionality, that proportionality remains the same. It doesn't change. It actually inhibits. Do we understand the full mechanism? No. Every single study goes, we know taurine does this, but we don't know why. We don't understand the mechanism, but we know that it does actually inhibit. It clears out fibrotic tissue from all organs and inhibits. So the best thing that people can do, especially if they're marathon runners or involved in a lot of cardio type activities and stuff like that, taurine. Even from younger age, taurine, very important in preventing remodeling, in particular because a lot of people nowadays don't eat enough protein. So you'll get some from biosynthesis internally, but also you still need to get it in the diet. And if you're not getting enough, it can create issues, especially when you're putting a lot of strain on your heart away with these sort of steady state cardio type activities. Not a good thing. So yes, I always say taurine, and not only that, bodybuilders know how great taurine is, to give you that boost that, it actually improves performance, because a lot of the organs work better. It also prevents fibrotic tissue also in the muscles, because when you're doing a lot of physical lifting and stuff like that, a lot of the filaments, you will create some tissue damage. Well, taurine helps with that as well. So it's one of those great sulfur amino acids that is, like a Swiss Army knife for, detoxing and helping the detoxifications path, and, clearing out fibrotic tissue and helping clear out a lot of that sort of stuff. I can't talk more highly about taurine. I've got my father on taurine as an old geezer, and he's trying to get now some of his mates on taurine as well. He goes, look at me, he goes, hey, he said, he was telling me today, he said, one of my basically Greek buddies, he turns up to my home and he said he probably lost his marbles and lost his orientation. I brought him here last time, and he said he couldn't remember exactly where I lived. He went to the next door neighbor. I had to get out, walk out and tell him, you're going to the wrong place. And, and this is how obvious. The next door neighbor's got a lawn. Dad's got a veggie garden. That's how different the front part is. How could you miss that? And so his mate went, I forgot where you lived, George. And he goes, well, and he goes, Harry got me onto this, and it's really helped me improve my memory, and and also he's lifting his muscles. He shows the women anyway. These old people, and they're showing off, old school. But it's fun. Good on him. But it's really, I can't speak highly of it. And a lot of us middle-aged. So remember, since your mid-30s, it's been declining. At your 40s, it started increasing, accelerating. the biosynthesis, and after 50, it's starting to pick up pace. And at 65, oh God, does it drop off a cliff? So get the damn stuff here. That's why around 65, because it's also an amino transporter. That's what around after 65, you notice an increase in sarcopenia in a lot of older people. One, because they're not consuming enough animal foods, and two, they're not getting enough taurine, which is an amino transporter. So even the small amount of protein they are getting in, they're not transporting it sufficiently into the system. Another issue with older people. So yes, do not neglect the mighty taurine. Anyway, fuck, is that the time? Nearly 4 hours, nearly 10. Shit. Yep. Goes through an actual oil refinery, mate. You know, like they actually get, you know, like BP has and all this sort of stuff. It looks exactly the same. If you go and Google it and look at an oil refinery, a seed oil refinery, it looks exactly the same because they use these oil refineries to get oils extracted and all that, because they used to use them originally, not for food. They were used for basically lubricating you know, the gears and the wheels of buggies, you know, small buggies, horse and cart buggies, that sort of stuff. Because up until the early part of the 20th century, we still had horse and cart buggies all over the place. That's what they were used for. And then the automobile was invented. And basically, the automobile started replacing all these buggies. And the problem is automobiles move faster, and their internal combustion engines work a bit more, you know, at high temperatures. You know, these oils couldn't hack it. So they had to shift to petrochemical products. And that's how oil revolution with the crude oil came in, and they started pushing crude oil refinery because they could get different types of oils that could actually function in these higher temperatures. Now, all these companies that had this seed oil, they had shitloads, they didn't know what to do with it. So basically, you know, part of it was used, displaced a lot, because it was cheaper, displaced a lot of the animal-based soaps. So it got rid of a lot of the animal-based soaps. A lot of the animal-based soaps went very early in the history. So we got a lot of them were animal-based before, and they got displaced very early with a lot of the seed oil soaps. And that continued up until now. You know, most of the soaps are seed oil based. And then you basically had, you know, I use my oils. I don't use oils. I basically use soaps that have got basically are either animal based of one sort or another. The one that I like the most is basically goat milk, or so, and the one that I get is goat milk, has none of the actual stuff. And there is another one that I get, which has also got, you know, what is it called? The ash. It's got ash, like the old ones used to have ash, which is really good for the skin, you know, in terms of, because your skin actually needs a certain acidic level for beneficial bacteria to actually be on and to basically protect you. So these sort of ones which have got these sort of soaps that have also got this ash in them are really good for the skin. So anyway, that's another sort of bonus thing, that one thing that I do. I don't know if people want to do it, that's up to them. It's your money. How you want to spend it. That's how I spend some of my money. Yeah. And so these oils came out of refineries, mate, Bert. So that's the reality. That crap. You know, there's a complete difference as something which is in these bilayers, this matrix in the animal, you know, very stable. That's why the aldehydes are so low. I've shown it before on live streams. It's a past live stream. I've done videos on it about these. So if you go and look at all my PUFA videos, you'll actually see me showing the aldehyde levels and all this of basically of pork, of lard, which is much lower. And aldehydes are the key indicator how much oxidative products there are in. The higher the oxidative products, the higher the aldehydes. They go hand in hand. And the higher the aldehydes increase, the higher the rancidity. And you can actually see it, like lard is down here, like here, for instance. If lard was here, I mean, you know, olive oil is probably up here, and the seed oils are way, way up there. Massive, you know, in terms of, you know, way beyond what the body can cope with. When you oxidize any molecule, doesn't matter what it is, you know, it creates reactive oxygen species. Small amounts, but it does. Glucose produces far more, you know, depending on what you're actually putting in the body, will actually produce far more. The only time you're not basically producing as much reactive oxygen species is when you're fasting. All eating creates some damage, creates some level. The whole purpose is eat species appropriate to lower, one, the deuterium level, so you can give your body the opportunity to clear out the potential risk factors, and also has less oxidative effects, which basically means that a small amount of oxidation that does take place can be cleaned up by the body because it's not excessive. You get your energy, your body gets the energy to work and function, and so you can move around, but you don't get as much damage. And so you slow down the damage. You extend life. You can't live forever, but you extend life. And at least you extend life where you're healthy. You can live right to the end in a much more healthier state, and then you just drop dead because you can't do any more cell division. You know, there is a certain upper limit. But whether you get to that upper limit, what your biological clock is or not, you can slow down your biological clock if you're not causing as much damage. But at the same time, you can basically increase that if you're not doing the right thing. So, and age faster. And we see it, a lot of the vegans. Look at Greta on a, you know, kibble diet. She looks older. She looks like starting to look like an old woman. And she's just she's just hit puberty. Shocking. Tells you a lot about a plant-based, how great plants are. They're shocking. You know, the level of deuterium. And she would be, you know, she's lily white, so she's probably slip-slopping and putting a whole lot of cream on her body because she's scared of the sun. So she's she's vitamin D deficient. She's preventing her body from getting depleting deuterium. She's consuming massive amounts of deuterium in all the kibble that she's eating. Yeah, that's why she looks so old and haggard and stuff like that. You know, so some of the people, the fruitarians that go to the tropics, if you look at the fruitarians that go to the tropics, I mean, yeah, I know they're on we joke about them being on a constant detox, but you know the advantage that they get? You try to do a fruitarian diet in New York, you'll fall apart very fast. And we know that all the fruitarians that are in cold climates fall apart, no deuterium depletion. If you're eating fruit and you're in the tropics and you're at the sun continuously, you know what? You're depleting deuterium. It's not as damaging. You can go longer on that. And you're getting 30% of your energy directly from the sun. This is why they can go longer. The further away, the further to the poles you are, like the Inuit or whatever, you need to extract your energy directly from fat because you can't get it through melanopsin, through the sun. You can't get it, those photons, you can't get them in to sufficient quantity to provide you 30% of your energy. And on the other hand, up there, you can't even deplete deuterium. So you need more fat to, you know, that average, you know, that I did before, how you you dilute. So you actually reduce the parts per million overall. So you bring down the average by diluting with extra fat. That's why. And those fats tend to be actually low in deuterium. Again, Same purpose. And I think that's the reason why they lost the ability to actually use like ketosis. Some of them, not all the Inuit, they're further away from the Arctic, have less of that gene expression. Again, those have access to more light throughout the year. It's deuterium. Their diet is not much difference. It's deuterium. They can't deplete deuterium. And if they couldn't, they'd actually end up more sicker, quicker, like the rest of us. That's why they didn't end up sicker, because their bodies adapted and became deuterium depletion machines, a bit like the camels, where they use far more fat to actually deplete and to, average out the deuterium levels. Plus, they actually consume cactus, which is very low in deuterium. It's even, I believe, close to nearly 100, or even probably even slightly below. That's how low it is because of the photosynthesis effect. So these are the sort of differences, and that is why a camel doesn't show its age. It's a deuterium depletion machine. It does not show its age. It goes on and on and on. And Arabs say, they've got a saying, if you're going to go out into the desert alone, don't take a camel, because you don't know how old it is. You can't really work out how old it is. Once it becomes an adult, it's a deuterium depletion engine. They didn't know that, but that's what happens. All that hump and all that, fat, they basically have a low deuterium level. And what kills them in the end is just old age. That's all it is. Their cells can no longer cell divide, and they just drop dead. And if you're in the desert, you're fucked. You're dead. With a horse, you can see it getting older. You can take it back and replace it. That's why the Arabs had that saying. It's not accidental. It tells you a lot about these things when you understand these nuanced things and all that. And that's why I say to people, it's your choice how fast you age and how quick you die. It's not my choice. I just give you the information. What you do with it, you can sit here and argue with me. Oh, sugar isn't that bad. We're over-demonizing it. Yeah, maybe to some extent. Yes, there's a bit of truth in that. The way, especially some of the keto people talk about it. But it's not optimal. In the long run, it will take years of life away from you. You could do it. I've got no problems. Your life, your body, do whatever you like. But if you want to live longer, you want to be more like the camel. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, we're up to 4 hours. Let's move on. Let's not move on. Anyway, I've enjoyed myself. Let me put it that way. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Wonderful. Fructose heavy stuff. Yes. Love the stuff. More fructose to you. Yes. Yes. Give some to Blinky. Yes. Let's fruiten him up. Yes. I've lost a lot of appetite on the carnivore diet. I don't eat so much anymore. I'm lowering my basal metabolic rate. Am I? No. It depends. Look, it depends. Look, if you're not in a ketotic state, that means you're not using fat. You're not oxidizing fat. And there are certain devices you can actually use to see how much you're actually oxidizing. Only then do you know whether you're basically not. If you're fat adapted, you should be basically using fat. So it won't be a problem, even if you basically do lower. Now, if you basically go a bit more ketotic and lower the protein slightly, yes, you can slightly bring down your metabolic rate. It's a protective mechanism, and your basically reverse T3 will go up. Now, is that good or bad? Well, most centenarians basically do run slightly lower metabolic rates and do run slightly higher reverse T3s. So unless you're in your reproductive years and you want to have more kids, I would up the fat and up the protein. But if you're not, I'd just do the same thing. because basically you're going to extend your existence on this planet. So things that burn brighter burn out quicker. That's what happens to the rats. Very high metabolic rate. So yes. So basically, yeah, as long as you're not feeling cold, you're not depriving your body too much, you're not feeling very cold and you're comfortable and all that, like I do, not an issue, you know. So yes, it may go down slightly, but very marginally. It doesn't go down as bad as somebody that does DOM, that does basically like people that basically, you know, you're not going to lose a muscle mass. Let's put it that way. Yeah, your basal metabolic rate may go slightly down and all that, because basically if you've got less fat stores, the body goes, you know, this guy's thinning out. It's got less fat stores. It will actually, you know, start shutting things down. So, you know, depending on where you are with your fat stores, that's what happened to the girls. Remember, theirs went too low, and it was because they were really thin. They didn't have enough fat stores to support. They had to eat more fat, and they weren't eating it. They thought sugar would be a better idea rather than actually eating more fat. Go figure. You know, yes. More deuterium. Why have more? Why have fat? You know, so anyway, yes, Harry, any general rants on liquid whey consumption, nutrition-wise, etc., deuterium? I've started cherishment, in which I get it as a byproduct from cheese making. I sip on it, and fasting days. I wouldn't use it in fasting days at all. Absolutely not. Don't use it. Whey has twice the anabolic effect of pure glucose. Your insulin will actually jump twice as high as it will. Obviously, it's still going to be much lower than on a mixed diet, you know, with Randall, cycle activation, all that. But it will jump double that of like a potato. If you eat a potato, you'll get half the insulin's effect. So yes, very high. Deuterium-wise, it's much lower. That's true. But insulin-wise, but the spike is quick and then comes down. It doesn't stay up as long as it does with starch. So, but how would I use it? In those 90 minutes after, you know, weightlifting and stuff like that, that's the best time, because that's the sweet spot where the branched chain amino acids in the whey actually do their magic in that period. That's when you're going to get the biggest effect. And then after that, you want to follow it after that within the 1 hour, 1.5 hour, so a bit after an hour. You want to follow with that with the one that I haven't done, but I usually do email it out to people, which is the smoothie, which is basically a dairy egg type smoothie, which is high casein, high in highly bioavailable and highly utilizable protein from eggs that really give that long-term sort of muscle protein synthesis boost. So no, it's not something for fasting. It's something for basically, you know, bodybuilding. Great for that. So yeah, at the right time, you know, within that window of 1.5 hours after, try to keep it within a bit of half an hour after. I would throw that in at that time. And you don't need a branched chain amino acid, a waste of time, waste of money. Just use the whey. It's got all those elements in it in that regard. So, yes. Yes. If you're not breeding, you don't need as much of that. Okay. Gay poofer. Interesting way of calling poofer. You're really hostile to poofer, aren't you? Yes. Get yourself, Bjorn, get yourself some pork. Get yourself some lard and lather yourself, mate. I'm not telling you that I do that. I'm just joking. Maybe I do in my private moments. Anyway, I don't think I'm ever going to fucking catch up with this. We're over 4 hours and all that, Yeah, mitochondria do much better on a carnivore diet, on a low deuterium eating diet. Guys, I've had wonderful fun with, Bjorn has pushed me around a bit, but that's good. That's good. I need you guys to occasionally, sort of push me and say, well, Harry, what about this? And what about that? That's okay. I'll have my rants and all that. And out of those rants will come some interesting information for you guys, I hope, So, yes. That's a nice one, actually. Oops. Where am I? Well, at the end. Oh, yes, so appropriate. Ah, yes, nothing like a camel. Ah, yes. Yes. Be more like the camel. And yes, after that note, oh, yes. Animal-based soaps are pretty good. I think they're better for your skin. But if you're going to get animal-based soaps, Bert, make sure it's got ash. Ask them for one that's got ash in it. The ash is really good for the sort of acidity of your skin. Very protective and very good for your skin. So, this is what the old people in the past, all the old animal-based ones had, even the ones that were basically with tropical oils or olive oil or other things, they all had ash in them. Ash is really good for your skin. Oh, thanks, mate. Brutal Harry. Oh, yes, Harry can be brutal. I thought I was nice. It's Roy, mate. It's Roy. Thanks, Jules. Yeah, look. You know what? I get it. I get a chance to basically. The thing is, I've got nobody that actually comes onto my Eurasian. It's just me, and I can rant and carry on and whatever, and I can go into all sorts of subject matters for as long as I like. I find it when there are other people on that it's different. It's a different type of stream. It ends up being. Look, I don't mind it. I do like having some people coming on, whether it's Bart, whether it's Lukey, whether it's Jared or anyone else. When we had Mary, it's good to have people on. And I'm going to try and get Mary on a Q&A one of these when she gets back from Africa, and try and get her on so you guys can actually ask her questions on the research she's done. So, because that would be really interesting, some of the stuff that, some things that she's observed and things that she's seen, give us a bit of insights and things like that. I mean, it's good, in that regard. Yeah, hard. I'm not really hardwood ash through not softwood ash. It matters. I really don't know enough about the sort of the type of. I know that this is they use a traditional method, and I know I do believe it is a hard type wood. The ones that are down here, they don't use pine or anything like that. It's actually a hard wood that they actually use for the ash. Why is that important? Do you know? Because I've got no idea. I haven't looked into it. I know that basically they have things like that. They talk about the different types of wood that they've used, but I have no idea. Is there a reason? Is there minerals in it? A better mineral profile, or is there other things? Because obviously the ash does have minerals and other things in it. Is there that? Do you know how much? Okay, so ash from young growth is best. Okay. Is that from hardwood or young wood? Young wood active growth has higher potash profile. Okay. I didn't know that. Thanks. Appreciate it. So yeah, this is all sort of interesting. I'm very, you could say, wet behind the ears when it comes to sort of these sort of products and all that. I sort of look for these products that have got very few chemicals, like my, what I use for to brush my teeth doesn't have any of this sort of crap in it or whatever. It's just really a very clean product. These sort of soaps, very clean. They don't have any chemicals or anything. It's just ash, and you can actually smell the sort of ash sort of element in it. And I know that it's one thing that I do know, it's really good for your skin, the acidity of your skin, because it actually then provides a better environment for the beneficial bacteria to be on your skin, which is really good. So that's the important part. I probably should look into it a bit more. And Spin, thank you for the information about the younger growth and stuff like that. I didn't know that, and that's interesting to know in that regard. And the potash soap was discovered linear ago. The fat dipping into fireplace, it makes super string. Okay, yeah, I probably should look a bit into it in that regard. But I think a lot of us can look at those sort of products as a much better thing. I just wish they were cheaper. God, they're expensive sometimes. Some of them. I sometimes get a mix. I sometimes get stuff that basically doesn't have as much ash in it or none, but it has, it's sort of an animal-based one, which is the tallow company, that other tallow, Tasmanian Tallow. They actually produce one. And then there's another company that basically produces more with other stuff, so which has got more ash in it and stuff like that. So sort of intermix and all that, because they're quite pricey in that regard. But I do prefer getting those ones, even though extra few dollars, but they are much nicer and better for the skin ultimately in that regard. Yes. What's this one? Oh, how to make soap from wood ash. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Alex. I'll actually pin that at the top so people have got access to it. So that's interesting. These sort of things are pearls of and quite useful, in that regard. And we can use that sort of stuff to basically improve the stuff that we put, because skin acidity is really important as well for, as an anti-aging strategy for better skin health as well. So it's, all these little things help in that regard. And thanks for the info from Zombie Mukbang and Alex and a few of the others. Sorry if I missed Spin as well. So there's a few of you that basically talked about this sort of stuff. Some of Bjorn's contributions as well. Everything's a good contribution. Got us going. Got me going anyway with a whole of different things and discussing, and probably talk more about some of these things to sort of nuance a few things with deuterium and stuff like that. I'll use Laszlo Boris's words in this regard. I think it was Laszlo Boris that actually coined this. I think so. I may have misquoted, but I think it was. The more fat you eat, the more fat to sugar you eat, the longer you'll live. Something along those lines. And it all has to do with deuterium. So I will leave you to ponder that little, phrase. And I will see all you lovely people next week when we'll have another session of the Eurasian and the general live stream in the morning. So I hope you guys are enjoying and getting something out of this thing, that you're enjoying to see these things. I felt that I wasn't basically giving people in Europe and Asia, enough coverage, that it was sort of all focused on North America. And that's why basically, I had to find a solution. I have come up with a solution. Now we have 2 live streams every on the Friday, on the Sunday every week, and Saturday for the North American crowd. So yeah. So I do enjoy doing these sort of things. It gives people an opportunity to ask questions, and and I do get different questions, because it seems like when it comes to sort of general, carny questions and some of the things that are happening in the community and some other stuff, and about the vegans and all that, I tend to get a lot of that sort of stuff and a lot of the other controversial issues. I get more of that in the daytime. And with the Euro Live one, I get more things that have to do with longevity and all these other health related or aspects or bodybuilding stuff or whatever, which I don't get in the morning as much. I don't get much of that, so it tends to be a very different live stream. So the morning one tends to be a very different one from the evening one. So I enjoy doing both of them because I get something different out of them. And I hope you guys are getting something different, because at the end of the day, you guys are making this possible. I'm just sitting here answering a lot of this stuff. But without you guys turning up, putting me under the pressure, so to speak, and getting me to, I'm comfortable talking off the cuff in that regard, so I've never had an issue there. But it also sharpens my wits and sharpens my thinking, and it helps me. So you're a benefit to me. So thank you. I appreciate the time you spend, because a lot of you guys, we're up to nearly 4.5 hours. Some of you guys have stayed all the way through. You don't know how much I appreciate that. You could have left whenever you liked. That is, really wonderful, and I do appreciate it. So thank you, from the bottom of my heart, that you basically, stayed here for quite a long session to, in that regard, to sort of listen to this middle-aged bloke talk about different things about nutrition and stuff like that. So I do appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Anyway, guys, I better go. I better wind this up for all of us. And thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Take care. And I will see most of you lovely people next week. See yous.